Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Goleta City Council meeting of October the 7th. Okay, I wrote down the 10th. It's not, I'm going, okay. October the 10th, 2025. If you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. Okay, thank you. We could have roll call?
Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Here.
And Mayor Parodi.
Here. At this time, we'll have our introduce our translators, if you'd like to come up.
Hello. Sorry. Good afternoon or good evening, sorry. My name is Hugo Santos. I'm here for as an interpreter for doing interpretation between English and Spanish. I don't know if you can hear me back there. Thank you. And if anyone in the room wants to listen all this meeting in Spanish, I can provide you. We're not provide you with one of these devices. So the only thing that you have to do is just raise your hand, and I will give you one of these. Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, report from closed session, Isaac, from September the 19th.
Thank you, Mayor. So with respect to the special meeting held on September 18th, just to reiterate, the closed session reportable action read into the record at that time, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.1A2, there was unanimous direction provided by the City Council on the 18th to intervene in an action, and consistent with the Brown Act, the particulars of that action shall be disclosed on a future date once commenced.
Thank you so much. Okay, public forum. Anybody that would like to speak to anything that's not on our agenda this evening but pertains to our jurisdiction, now is the time.
I do have one speaker slip for Irene Russo. For those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to a non-agenda item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And all speakers will have 3 minutes.
Hi.
I'm going to start with a complaint, but I'm going to end with a compliment. Elwood Station Road is a clear case of environmental injustice. It occurs in poor and marginalized communities by hazardous waste and other land uses that harm those communities. For several weeks, I and other people on my street, namely the owner of our park, the manager, and other families have complained about a refrigerator that was dumped there, a table, a bedside table, several large bags of trash, several large bags of shoes left there, and then someone dumped some glasses on the table and threw it on the street, and we had all this broken glass. We've been complaining for a month, and nothing's been done. So I don't know who's in charge, but I thought I'd make this a public complaint. Let's see. Oh, so the city's been claiming that the railroad owns this land, so they don't have any responsibility. But first of all, there's no encampment on the railroad anymore. It's gone. And it's definitely the city's responsibility. So if I could find out who to contact, that'd be great. I filed 2 general complaints and nothing's been done. Let's see, one other thing. I would like to acknowledge John Martinez for his Nobel Prize through UCSB. He runs the Google Quantum Lab in Goleta, and Goleta is one of the greatest places when it comes to physics and quantum mechanics. And this Nobel Prize was fought over in the entire world, and Goleta got it, the UCSB got it, so they need to really live up to the reputation. The encampment on the tracks is gone, thanks to the railroad and Joan Hartman. And one other thing, the Lemon Festival was the greatest event that has happened in Goleta in a long time. It's way better than the Avocado Festival, and my 4-year-old grandson was screaming his eyes out because he had to leave. And it's so great for kids, so keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment for public forum.
Okay, then I'll close public comment this time.
Madam Mayor, I can make a comment in response
please
to
do.
the comments we just heard. So certainly took a note about the trash, refrigerator, furniture, glass, et cetera, dumped there. So we'll take a look at that. It is tricky with the jurisdictional lines. We've looked at it before. Part of it is Elwood Station right away. Part of it is railroad. So that has come up in the past. I don't know in this specific instance. We'll have to go take a look. And then just further on, the best method to bring something like that to our attention. Obviously, there are lots of ways to do it. You can call City Hall, you can email City Hall, you can go to a council member, you can come to a meeting like this. You can also use City Assist. I assume the speaker is probably aware of that one as well. City Assist is the one we want to encourage people to use. You can go online, file a complaint like that. But all these ways are good. We should be responsive, and so we'll take a look at it.
Thank you. Yes.
Just to respond to that really quickly, I think in the past we've had other issues out there, and I think City Assist has been used and it's been cleaned up. I'm thinking in particular about the fence that connects the road to the track area. I think it's had holes cut through it in the past, and I think city staff have gone out there and made sure that got addressed by whoever's responsible.
Can I comment on that? Because I know for a fact that Irene Rosso was really instrumental, in getting the train, the UPS, US Unite.
UPRR?
Yes, thank you. To look at it, and they put a fence that you can't cut through now. We would love for them to do that the whole way across. It would help with the horrible people being hit by trains as well. So that she had a lot to do with that, and we try to respond as quickly as possible. Mr. Nesbitt, if you have something.
My comment was the same.
Okay.
My understanding was Ms. Russo had brought that to the attention. It was a group effort, and Supervisor Hartman's office a lot of people were involved. But one day, I wasn't involved, I can say that. But one day I went out there and that fence was up, and it's a very impressive fence.
Very.
And I think it has probably helped the situation out there. And it probably also helps with the jurisdictional boundaries, because now it's clear that here's the fence, and if it's on this side, it's on this side, if it's on this side. So we'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, amendments or adjustments to the agenda, City Manager?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have one tonight. So if you look at your agenda on the public hearings, there are two public hearings, item C1, item C2. C1 is a bid protest for a construction contract at Matilda Park, and C2 is a general plan initiation at the Cabrillo Business Park. We are recommending that you reverse the order of those two items. The simple reason is that our city attorney would like one of his colleagues from BBK to be here for the appeal, and there was a scheduling conflict. And so if you would take the Cabrillo Business Park first, that would be our preference.
Do we need to make a motion on that, Mr. Rosen?
Mayor, I would just to
Okay,
put it in the record.
someone like to make that motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Can we take a vote on that, please?
Councilmembers, do lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Here. Aye.
and Mayor Prodi.
He's here too. Okay, aye. Ayes have it, all right, thank you. Do you have anything else for us this evening?
Madam Mayor, I don't, and I don't have a CM update tonight either, so
Okay,
you can move on with the agenda.
okay. We'll move on to consent calendar.
Okay. Item A1, acceptance of the July 2025 investment transaction report. Item A2, second reading of amendments to Chapter 12.01 of the Goleta Municipal Code regarding safe parking sites. Conduct second reading by title only of ordinance number 25 next in order entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, amending sections 12.01, .030, and 12.01.035 of Chapter 12.01, Title 12 of the Goleta Municipal Code regarding safe parking sites, and finding the regulations categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Item A3, award of professional services agreement for legislative consultant services. Item A4, public works professional services agreement with Ratalis. Item A5, award of purchase order to Craftco Inc. for a crack sealing machine and materials for street maintenance. Item A6, donation, acceptance of prizes for Goleta and San Ynez Valley Library's 2025 Summer Reading Program from Ice in Paradise and the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum. And item A7, agreement with DrawTap GIS for on-call geographical information systems, GIS, and mapping services.
Thank you. Council wish to pull any item from consent? I'm not seeing any items.
Oh, actually,
Oh, you have an item you'd like to pull?
just as a
Which one?
question.
Okay.
The crack slurry.
Oh, okay, that is
A5.
A5. Could you read that, what we're talking about, so the public knows?
Yes, Mayor, that is item A5, award a purchase order to Craftco Inc. for a crack sealing machine and materials for street maintenance.
Okay.
And I just wanted, not everyone got a chance to go to the seminar that was offered in the Goleta Library on Monday. And just to hear, because this in particular has been raised by members of the public before and specific, I guess if you would explain just very briefly, does this expand our capacity or to do more, or does it simply mean that the existing inventory of projects that we have are going to last longer?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan. The crack seal machine will be used by our maintenance staff, and it's going to be used for preventative measures. So we'll be doing some repair work within our parking lot so we can get used to the machine and practice without having to worry about cars. And as we get better, we'll start doing residential streets. The idea is that we'll do the residential streets first and then follow with our annual pavement project.
So we haven't yet programmed it in, is that right? As far as how into our program of action, it's still sort of not yet incorporated?
That's correct. We'll know better once we start getting the hang of using it.
Okay, and once we start using it, I mean, clearly it'll make our repairs last longer, right? But will it also give us the opportunity to do more with the same dollars we have?
What it will do, it'll give us the opportunity to expand the life of the existing pavement and waterproof the pavement that we have. And we'll also be able to save on costs because currently when we do these pavement projects, we have to crack seal within the contract. So the idea is that eventually we will take that away from a contractor and we'll do that in-house.
Okay, so hypothetically, it does potentially expand the range of what we can do in future projects.
It will expand the range, yes.
That's great. Okay, that's very exciting. And when will the ribbon cutting be for the new?
I'm gonna have to
Slurry
talk
seal?
to Ms. Glazer and we'll put something together.
Somebody asked on Nextdoor whether the slurry seal had to refer to a drunken pinniped, seals.
Okay.
But no, this is much
Interesting.
better for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to.
Okay. Do we have any other items that public would like to speak to?
Yes, any member of the public wishes to speak to a consent item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none.
Okay.
Mayor.
Then I'm looking for a motion to approve consent.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Okay. If we could take a vote, roll call vote.
Okay, council members, do please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Ayes have it. Okay. Thank you. There you go. Okay. We're on to B, presentation.
Yes, and that'll be item B1, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, acknowledging October 10th, 2025 as World Homeless Day.
Okay. See, I'm going to make sure, oops, I get the right one here. thank you both for bringing this to our attention. And I'd like to read it to you, and then if you both would like to make some comments, that'd be great, and then we'll take some pictures. Okay, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, acknowledging October 10th as World Homeless Day. Whereas World Homeless Day is observed annually on October 10th to raise awareness of the needs of people experiencing homelessness and highlight effective, compassionate responses. And whereas Southern Santa Barbara County's theme for World Homeless Day 2025 is Kindness Changes Lives. A reminder that small acts of empathy and consistent support can open doors to stability and a home. And whereas the City of Goleta's Homelessness Service Program, a division of Neighborhood Services Department, works every day to prevent and end homelessness through patient, person-centered, and caring connections. And whereas, in partnership with the County of Santa Barbara and the city's contracted partner agencies, this work includes supportive housing and case management, street encampment outreach, temporary housing, safe parking, landlord-tenant relations and mediation, housing placement, employment support, and emergency services. And whereas these coordinated efforts reflect our community's shared values, demonstrate that practical assistance delivered with dignity and respect changes outcomes. And whereas therefore be it resolved that City Council of Goleta, California does hereby proclaim October 10th, 2025 as World Homeless Day in Goleta. We command homelessness services programs of the Neighborhood Services Department, our contracted partner services, and the County of Santa Barbara for their dedication, and call upon all residents to join us in advancing solutions grounded in kindness, collaboration, and respect. Approved the 7th day of October 2025, signed by myself, Paula Perotti, Mayor. I'd like to present this to you. You want to say a few words and then we'll take pictures?
Yeah. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, it is with both humility and pride that I accept this proclamation on behalf of Neighborhood Services and the City of Goleta. Your leadership and commitment to addressing homelessness sets an example for our entire county and the state. The Neighborhood Services Department benefits from all the city departments supporting our work. Few communities of Goleta's size dedicate general fund resources to such comprehensive efforts, from emergency food and showers, to outreach and shelter, to permanent supportive housing, and assistance even in the private housing market. Goleta is showing that homelessness can be solved by helping people find and remain in housing. And importantly, that kindness can change lives and even save lives. So in Goleta, we rely on expert providers. I do almost nothing I've mentioned, many of whom are here tonight and who work every day with grace, patience, and tireless dedication to guide people from the streets into homes. I want to recognize them, but for people who are here specifically for this and to accept this with me, can you please stand? Come on. Thank you so much. And I know there's people online as well. The honorees here include the County of Santa Barbara, SB ACT, CityNet, Good Samaritan Shelter, New Beginnings Counseling Center, the Rental Housing Mediation Program, Partners in Housing Solutions, PATH, and the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara. And finally, I want to thank the residents of Goleta. Rarely have I seen such open-hearted compassion and kindness, including volunteering with local agencies, participating in point-in-time counts, shaping the Goleta strategic plan to address homelessness, and supporting our team with encouragement along the way. Thank you again for recognizing the importance of World Homeless Day and for joining together in kindness to support our neighbors experiencing homelessness.
And Madam Mayor, for this next proclamation, I do believe we have the general
Pardon me,
manager.
I do have
and
one
board
speaker for
president
this
from
item.
Ice in Paradise present, just so you know.
Oh, I'm,
I do have one speaker for
One
this
speaker.
item.
Whoa, okay.
Sorry.
Jumping the gun.
Excuse me.
that's okay.
For those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do have Robert Esslinger.
I wish that gentleman could have stayed before he left. I wish I could have been in the picture. Good evening. I'm very pleased to be able to come before you tonight and talk. And I'm even pleased to have the community here to talk. My name is Robert Esslinger, and I came to Goleta 3.5 years ago, strung out on dope at the end of my rope. And some great Christian men in this community over the last 3.5 years have helped me navigate through this community. As a result of that, for a short time, I was on staff at South Coast Church, taking care of their landscape. Now I'm on staff at Bethany, taking care of their maintenance and their landscape needs. I'm here tonight because I live in a 36-foot diesel pusher. When I first came up here, I noticed all the signs that prohibited me from parking on the streets. So I went over to a kiosk and I talked to the sheriff. And they told me that between 7:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. I couldn't be parked on any street in Goleta. But after 4 p.m. until 7:30 the following morning, I could. So I parked behind Target for 2.5 years. Target started to renovate, so the owners of the complex asked if I wouldn't park in their parking lot. So I moved down to the end of Hollister, out by Elmwood Park, and I started parking in there. Well, a couple, 3-4 weeks ago, after parking there for several months during the daytime, I saw I couldn't park anymore because the city had decided that my being there was a fire hazard. So I parked all the way out by Sandpiper, completely out of the city from what I thought. And I park out, I'm 20, maybe 25 feet off the pavement, and I come back to my RV and I got a ticket for parking on the street. So recently I started parking on the excess off ramps and exit ramps on the 101 over by Turnpike. Today I get 2 notices from the Highway Patrol that I can only park there for a period of 4 hours a day. Now here's your challenge. For 23 years between Ventura and Santa Barbara, every 30 days I've gone in, I have to register as a sex offender. 39 years ago, while under the influence of very heavy narcotics, I broke into a home and I took away a woman's right not to be violated. But since I've been in this community, I have shaken the hands of the sheriff, I've shaken the hands of the district attorney, and both of them have welcomed me into this community. I live a life that is within the confines that I have to live my life. I've been in compliance. I've gotten 2 tickets in 3.5 years that were parking related. Tonight I'm parked in your parking lot out front to come in and show you there's difficulty in parking. I need a safe place where I can park. All these institutions and grassroots organizations, they've all helped me to the point where they said, Robert, we can't help you because of your having to register as a sex offender. We can't get you into any Section 8 housing or any assistance, any help. We cannot transition you out of your motorhome into a residence. And because of the factors I have to deal with, I've been completely pushed out of the city because the city doesn't afford me a place to rest my head at night. I pay my taxes. It was 39 years ago. I've done death row overflow. I've did 39 years of my life incarcerated. I have a little dog in a little home, and I just want a safe place that I can sleep in this community.
Thank you
And-
so much for
and
sharing your
so-
story. You
so
might want
that's
to
your
stay and
challenge
listen to
tonight.
another, it's an item on the agenda that you might want to stay and
But I
listen and
honor-
comment on again.
Whatever decision, whatever ordinances, I honor them. I comply. I just need a place where I can feel safe.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that will take us to item B2, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing Ice in Paradise on the 10th anniversary.
Who's gonna come up for this one? Oops. Okay, 10 years. Gee, it's been a while, and it went by really fast. So I'm excited to give you a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, celebrating the 10th anniversary of Ice in Paradise. Whereas the creation of an ice skating rink in Goleta was first envisioned as part of the approval of the Camino Real Marketplace development plan in 1997, due to overwhelmingly community support for an ice rink demonstrated by a petition containing thousands of residents' signatures. And whereas the Greater Santa Barbara Ice Skating Association, GSBIA, was established in 2003 with the goal of raising enough money to construct and operate an affordable public ice skating facility. And whereas, after more than 15 years of dreaming, planning, and fundraising, the GSBIA supporters and local leaders gathered on a chilly November day in 2014 to break ground on the future ice rink. I remember I was there. And whereas Ice in Paradise officially opened its doors in October 10, 2015, to the people of Goleta and beyond, making the dream of a community ice rink a reality. And whereas to the 10 years since they're operating, Ice in Paradise has played host to countless gatherings, birthdays, community events, and milestones, including 2 LA Kings High School championship wins by the Santa Barbara Royals, visits to the U.S. men and women's sled hockey team, and a state championship win by the Santa Barbara IceHawks 16U team. And whereas Ice in Paradise continues to grow its offerings year by year and is truly a loved institution in the city of Goleta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 7th day of October, 2025, the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, does hereby celebrate and recognize the 10th anniversary of Ice in Paradise and invites all community members to join in the celebration, which I hope you'll talk about a little bit. Approved the 7th day of October 2025, and I signed it, Mayor Paula Perotti. So I'd like to present this. And we're going to do, you can say if you leave or we'll do a picture when we do the process. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff. It's an honor to be here. It was a long road. As Madam Mayor mentioned, we've created the Greater Santa Barbara Ice Skating Association in 2003, but we started in 2001. And I have to give a tremendous amount of thanks to the Windmark Corporation, Mark Linehan, Kim Scheises, for donating the land to us to be able to take this to fruition. It was a long road to get the funding and the support. As you might know, the building and the cost was tremendous, and it was an amazing effort by the community and by very key members of our community so that we could have a first-class ice skating facility in the city of Goleta. It truly is amazing. It is a state-of-the-art ice skating facility, and most ice rinks in Southern California can't touch it because we have built it to last and to be here for generations and generations. Madam Mayor mentioned that the approval was part of the Camino Real Marketplace in 1997, and the approval was made by the County of Santa Barbara because the city of Goleta wasn't a city yet. So when we came to the city, when the city got incorporated, and we needed to get our building permit plans or plan check and the whole thing approved, we had to work with the city staff, and I have to tell you that that was a very good team effort. Very, very pleased at how staff and the community assisted us in becoming who we are today. And donations have been an important part of us. We're a nonprofit, so donations are imperative to our success at the ice rink. We need to keep the user fees at a reasonable amount so that we can encourage and enhance our skating community. And this fall, we have approximately 200 new Learn to Skate participants. We have approximately 400 adult ice hockey players. And we have dozens and numerous skaters for figure skating and for recreation skating. And our youth hockey teams are now blossoming because it's now been 10 years, and those young children now are in their teens and contributing to the success. Our high school team is in the LA Kings High School Hockey League, and we actually have had 3 high school championships and numerous state championship competitions. Also, our figure skaters are entering into state and national championships. This truly is a remarkable facility. I call it the jewel because I just love it, and I think it is a one of a kind. And I'm from Canada, and that says a lot. Originally, I'm from Canada, but I've been 34 years here in Santa Barbara County, and so I'm very, very proud and pleased that this is such a success. But I want to thank the City of Goleta for their contributions and their donations over the years, and I want to thank the public for all the support that we have had. And Brianne, would you like to add to our event coming up? This is our 10-year anniversary.
So we're having a kind of open house 10-year anniversary party on Saturday, and it's $10 a ticket for our 10-year. But included in that is a skating show. You can learn to skate. You can learn to play hockey. There's broomball and curling, and then there's a public session party, which if you've ever been to a roller rink, we're going to run the same kind of thing. So lots of games and fun. We'll have lots of vendors in the parking lot, food from our Rinkside Cafe, and a band. So it should be really fun. Anyone that's interested can always email us. But we just want to celebrate the community. We love the City of Goleta. We like partnering with the library, all of which you will see there on Saturday. So hopefully we'll see you then.
No, I just wanted to say a couple things.
Oh, yes.
If that's okay. So I was one of those kids that was really sad when the ice patch went away in Santa Barbara. Goleta kids used to go into Santa Barbara to the Mesa to ice skate at the ice patch. Santa Barbara kids, and I was a Santa Barbara kid, used to come out to Goleta to rollercade, not too far from where we're sitting, for roller skating. And somewhere in between, you used to have miniature golf. A lot of these things and activities for people and kids of all ages have gone away over the years. And so I was so happy when Winmark and everyone was able to get together and partner with you, Mr. Snyder, Chairman Snyder, Luke Robitaille, so many other people that were involved in this effort were able to make this happen. I'm so pleased that you're here, and on the night of the LA Kings home opener against the Avalanche. I think you still have time to make it for face-off at 7:30. But just thank you for all the work that you've done. I'm so glad that as a city we've been able to support you over the years in different ways. And here's to another 10 years.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to quickly plug, we're having a ribbon cutting to celebrate the 10-year on Thursday from 3 to 5. Yep, so we will be there if you will be there too.
Do we have any speakers, public speakers?
Yes, any member of the public on the Zoom webinar who wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, then we're moving on to C2.
Correct. Item C2, initiation of a specific plan amendment to the Cabrillo Business Park specific plan, case number 25-0001-SP.
And this is a public hearing, so I will open the item and open the public hearing, and staff will make their presentation. Council will have time to ask questions. The public will have a time to ask questions, and if there's any staff responses, if any, to any of the questions, more council questions if needed, and close the public testimony portion of the hearing, council deliberation, close the public hearing, and entertain a motion. So we can. Who's going to be giving this presentation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Good evening. My name is Brian Highfield, Senior Planner, Planning Department. Tonight we're here asking the Council to consider initiating some amendments to the Cabrillo Business Park specific plan. Overall, in my presentation tonight, I think it will be evident that these changes are intended to streamline and make more efficient the Cabrillo Business Park specific plan. Some could be seen as almost housekeeping, administrative level type amendments. So I'll get into that as we go along, but with that in mind. So first, I wanted to show the extents of Cabrillo Business Park. If we could get that up on the screen. Okay. Coming up, there we go. So in orange is the extents of Cabrillo Business Park. So it's generally on the southwest corner of Hollister Avenue and Los Caneros Road. The requested amendments come both from representatives of Lot 22, which is over here, as well as there are some city requested amendments that we would like council to consider initiating. Keep in mind that any initiations that are done for amendments tonight will apply to all the parcels that are within CBP, not just Lot 22 or any individual parcel. It does cover the whole business park. So just some quick stats on the business park. The park is 92 acres under a specific plan, as we talked about. There's approximately 946,000 square feet of business park development square footage. And then there are surface parking areas, associated landscaping, and amenities for the public and the employees. Then drilling down to Lot 22, it's a 3-acre site within the Cabrillo Business Park. There's an existing 43,390 square foot research and development / office building that's there. It was constructed in 1958 as a part of an aerospace engineering facility. And this lot also includes some parking and associated landscaping. So the purpose of specific plan amendment initiations, again, these are identical to when we look to amend the general plan. So the process should look pretty familiar. And it allows for early public input and it allows council to provide direction to staff on the amendment request and for further study. And then, but again, in all cases, the initiation does not mean or imply that the requested amendment will eventually be approved. It's simply just to initiate further study. So getting into the requests, the applicant's requests are to amend all references to the airport safety corridor that occur in the specific plan to match the current general plan safety element as well as Santa Barbara Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. So the request eliminates the 300-foot wide airport safety approach corridor on 6750 Navigator Way, Lot 22, as well as surrounding properties. And I'll have a figure for you here on the next slide. The figures within the specific plan that are affected by this would be figures 2, 3, 8, and 9. So I wanted to point out kind of a compare and contrast of the other hazards map in our safety element of the general plan as it's been amended over the years. So the right-hand side diagram is reflects what was adopted at the time that the Cabrillo Business Park was approved, and this red hatched corridor here in the middle is the safety corridor that's referenced. And it extends, in the old map, it extends west of Coromar Drive across a number of other properties, including Lot 22. So the diagram on the left is the current other hazards map in the safety element of the general plan. And you'll notice that to be consistent with the airport land use plan, it was amended to reduce the clear zone as well as the airport safety hazard area down to it would terminate at Coromar Drive. So it does not no longer does it extend west of Coromar Drive. So the city staff's recommendations are administrative, but again, they are intended to streamline the process for development under the specific plan. The section VII, individual project approvals, in this specific plan currently reads that the director may request certain project clearances be reviewed by the Planning Commission for recommendation back to the director for approval. Our amendment would change that so that when a director requests Planning Commission review, that the Planning Commission become the decision maker, which would then be appealable to council. So that streamline effect would essentially remove a repetitive process, but also maintain our discretion. So that was the point. Another suggested amendment that staff has is to add a subsection to the individual project approval section, section VII, that would allow changes to prior approvals, streamline changes to prior approvals by the addition of what we call a substantial conformity determination process. And this would be similar to the substantial conformity determination process that we have in the zoning ordinance. And so it would be something similar to that with criteria that would be specific to Cabrillo Business Park specific plan. I would note that the approval authority with that substantial conformity determination would still remain with the director unless it was suggested that it be bumped up to Planning Commission. So with all that said, just like we would with a general plan amendment initiation, for specific plan initiation, we have these 5 factors that staff has positive responses for in the staff report packet. And so staff is recommending that council authorize further study of these proposed specific plan amendments. And so this is what a potential resolution could look like for that. And that concludes staff's presentation. I can answer any questions. Thanks.
Okay, council, do we have questions? Councilmember Carriaco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple questions. Well, to start with, I realize that a specific plan, the specific plan aspect of this is the first step in a larger journey, right? Initiating a general plan is not the same thing as amending the general plan, and there's things that go involved that are involved in that, and the same thing for specific plans. So I guess my first question is, given that we're making some staff-initiated suggestions for new language for how processes would work that involve the planning director, some changes in how discretion would be managed and implemented and actionized. I guess my first question is, what level of engagement was there with the interested parties? So within that specific plan area, there's a lot of different sites. You've got development agreements, you've got private parties that entered into development agreements based on a certain set of assumptions and principles. And so I'm just curious, what level of engagement up to now has there been with the different property owners and managers that are out there?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, so we have spoken with the applicants for this specific plan initiation about our recommended staff changes. They brought those to the ownership group for kind of a conceptual discussion. Again, because there's not a decision being made on a particular project here or an amendment, this is just an initiation. Those were initial conversations, but those have occurred.
So there was some level of engagement with the larger body based on the efforts of the folks with Lot 22.
Correct.
But did that cover the city-initiated aspects as opposed to, or was that really just focused on what the applicant was hoping to change?
It was both, yeah.
So it was
Yeah.
both. Okay, so there was some engagement.
Yes.
Okay.
And there would be further engagement if initiated.
Thank you. Well, that gives me a certain level of comfort. So that's helpful. I guess my next question is, can you help me understand how the streamlining would work for the project clearances? So right now, I believe generally speaking in our city, planning director would make a call. They would make a determination. That determination could be appealed at expense to an appellant, and then that would then trigger planning commission review. I'm seeing nodding, so okay, so I've got the process right in my head. That's helpful. Not always right. So I guess my next question is, how is this not a change in discretion to have the planning director, I don't want to say punt, but decide to have a different process with a discretionary body?
Right, yeah, that's a good question, Mayor and Council. So what you describe is what typically we would do under our zoning ordinance. However, the specific plan has some slightly different language that we saw as kind of an impediment to a smooth process. So basically what it says, and I'm summarizing here, but what it says is the director who has decision-making authority on the project clearance under the specific plan can make a determination that the planning commission, the project could use some further public input. So bumping it up to planning commission. But instead of planning commission being the decision maker, the way it's written now is planning commission would recommend on how the director should act on the project clearance. So it essentially sends it back to the director for approval. That approval is then appealable to planning commission, which then would be also appealable to council. So what we're trying to do is eliminate one of those kind of repetitive steps while still maintaining discretion, so that if the director recommends planning commission review the project, they become the decision maker, which then would be appealable to council still.
Okay. So there would be one fewer step.
Correct. But the same amount of discretion.
The same amount of discretionary steps.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So planning commission would have discretion to approve, and then that decision could be appealed to council, but there wouldn't be that kind of back and forth.
Okay. But in the, so I guess, how do I say this? So potential efficiency. What would be the criteria that the planning director would use in order to decide whether or not they want to kick it to planning commission first? Is there a clear objective set of criteria that would need to be met? Because I'm trying to think about the perspective of someone who they purchased a property, they entered into a development agreement, or they became party to an existing development agreement. And so that gives you a certain amount of certainty, right? And so I recognize, well, this is only a general plan initiation and there would be a lot of miles left to travel. This does, at first blush, create uncertainty. So how should members of the public that are perhaps learning about this for the first time, how can we assure them that we're not trying to give them a late hit, change the rules of the game in the middle of a development agreement, but really this is for your benefit? Can you help me understand?
Sure.
Because I would have to go and explain to my constituents that are tenants there why this is good for you.
Yeah, Mayor and Council. So the way it's written now is that it's basically if the director determines that the project would benefit from further public review. And that's how it's described now. And we're not proposing to change that particular language so that, that criteria that the director has with that one sentence, we're not proposing to change. So they would have the same level of whatever benchmark to send it to Planning Commission that would be the same as it is now.
Thank you, that's helpful. I do see the planning director at the mic.
Yes, Mr. Hahn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And to your question, Councilmember Kiriakos, so there are not clear standards now in the specific plan for when a director can exercise that discretion, but typically it would be applied in cases of substantial public controversy. So in the 8 years that I've been here at the City of Goleta, I've never once invoked that provision in the Cabrillo Business Plan. However, there's an analogous provision in Title 17 that pertains to changes to development plans or conditional use permits. And in that context, there have been a couple of instances where it has seemed to make sense to kick a decision to the Planning Commission. The most recent one was in August with the proposed augmentation units for the Goleta Energy Storage Project that otherwise would have been a substantial conformity determination at the director or staff level. In that instance, given the focus on battery storage, and that project, by the way, has been decided that action is final, so it's no longer up for discussion. But in that instance, where there was a lot of focus on it, a lot of public comment and potential for public controversy, it made sense to me to send that to the Planning Commission for decision. So it would only be in those kinds of circumstances that it would make sense to give this to the Planning Commission to decide and allow an additional public forum for public input. That's really the main effect of this process when it is invoked. Otherwise, the decision is exactly the same, the findings are the same, it's just a different forum that allows for a higher level of input.
So would it be a similar forum to basically the considerations that you would, under normal circumstances, undertake as the planning director? I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of, are we talking about kicking it over to Planning Commission for a really big process with submissions and lots of plans and lots of documents, or are you talking about what you would normally do, take a look at everything and make a determination, basically just hand them over the same task and say, tell me what you think?
It's really the latter. It's really just giving this decision to a different body to make the decision and then allowing a different forum that allows for public input. And presumably that was the intent at the time that this specific plan was adopted and those provisions were included in it. The idea was still there that for certain kinds of projects, presumably those that involved substantial public controversy, that those could be brought to a higher level decision maker. And in those instances where where there's a lot of public comment, it does make sense to allow for an airing of those comments rather than us taking them under submission as staff and trying to make head or tail of them and having to weigh the importance of those different public comments. And again, as Mr. Highfield has kind of explained here, the change that's proposed now that we're asking the council to initiate would be to streamline the existing process and just make it simpler, so that if it's going to go to the Planning Commission at all, that the Planning Commission be the decision maker and that the Planning Commission's actions stand, and then that action, of course, is testable on appeal to the council as any other Planning Commission action would be, rather than this convoluted step of sending it back to the staff level for the action, which is then appealable in turn back to the Planning Commission for a second bite at the apple, and then on to the council potentially. So this is really just trying to streamline that. And of course, I think, any planning director, myself or any successor, would use that discretion, I think, wisely and probably very conservatively. We're not sending things to the Planning Commission willy-nilly. It's only when there is something that really rises to that level that calls for a little bit more attention and the ability for the public to weigh in.
Okay. At first glance, it sounds like it makes a lot of sense, and it sounds like something I could be inclined to support. I guess I'm just a little nervous about proposing something like that that's new when there hasn't been a lot of public input, but I also recognize part of what you're trying to initiate is a process that would have a lot of public input. So let me chew on this a little bit. I don't know if I'm persuaded, but I'm intrigued.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan.
I'm just curious. I know planning, I don't know who this would be best directed to, and it's just curiosity that you have so many projects, especially advanced planning, and I gather this is current planning, but there's so many projects and such a workload. What is it that made this rise to the top to pursue now as opposed to some other things that are on the list of, that let's say the council had sought, for instance?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, it's somewhat based on experience using the specific plan for the last 10 plus years. Several projects have come through. We've reviewed the plan and implemented the plan ad nauseum, and these things bubbled up as kind of low-hanging fruit, where if you were to change a couple of words, it would have a great effect. But relatively administrative type changes. We wanted to avoid larger changes because they have larger impacts and longer process to get it there. So we were trying to stick with low-hanging fruit, easy kind of administrative housekeeping, streamline type things.
This part is easy, isn't it? Is it more of a workload issue once we go to the general plan, amending the general plan to reflect this?
Yes, Mayor and Council, the
outreach and all that goes with
it. The formal amendment process is much more involved, yes, than the initiation. Yeah.
Okay. I just wonder, there are competing demands on your time and what, it seems benign, and so I'm not being critical of it. I'm just wondering if there's something that doesn't get done that might have, I don't know, that we might have been excited about.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, looking at our workload right now, an initiation like this for the CBP specific plans is really kind of a straightforward process in terms of our work capacity and fitting that into our workload. If initiated tonight, we feel we can process this extremely quickly to get it before our decision makers. This kind of compared to other projects we have is something that we can take fairly quickly.
And Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, I would just add that these are really just ride-alongs along with the existing, with the initiating, the applicant requested change. So these are really just cleanups. They wouldn't add any additional work over and above that, or very little incremental additional work. It's really just the wording change. The process would be the same as for the consistency change to the that would bring this plan into conformity with the airport land use compatibility plan. So this is not a terribly heavy list as specific plan changes go.
Okay. And I assume then the next proposal that that I have to, you'll say, no problem. We have plenty of capacity for that.
Well, we do our best, of course. You know, we and we're able to process things fairly efficiently, especially when we can package them together so that we avoid separate processes and instead combine them into one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we go to the public? Not seeing any. Okay. We can entertain it. Let's see if we can have the public speak.
Yes, those of you on the Zoom webinar app, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do have one speaker slip for Troy White. And all speakers will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, rather. My name is Troy White with TW Land Planning Development, representing the applicant in addition to being a member of the public. Want to thank staff and Brian Highfield for their excellent staff report and for Director Imhoff responding to questions from this council. Relative to our projects on Lot 22, we very focused our application on just the removal of that 300 airfoot airport safety corridor. That didn't require us consulting with the Cabrillo Business Park Owners Association. I've been involved with Cabrillo Business Park since 1997, and I've seen it through multiple rounds of entitlements, including the specific plan. And so I know, and I represent other folks within the business park, and they do have concerns specifically relative to the Planning Commission approval process. They're encouraged by the SED process to the extent it doesn't take a significant amount of time, but really the goal, the focus is to eliminate that 300-foot airport safety corridor, which is consistent with the airport land use compatibility plan, the general plan, and the zoning ordinance. All these, we're just asking you to have that specific plan comport with that which you've already approved. So that's the easy lift. The SED would be a slightly more heavy lift, and then I know that there's some controversy associated with the Planning Commission discretionary approval. And so that would be heavier lift. And so we'd ask you to think about that. And that Owners Association has not been consulted relative to those additional changes. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Available for questions.
And I'm seeing no more speakers.
Okay, back to council. Any more questions? My questions have been asked. Councilmember Carriaco?
Thank you. A question for Mr. Rosen.
Oh, did I? No.
A question for our city attorney. It's always tricky asking the attorney questions about something that's already in a staff report with a recommendation, but I guess I'll just ask for the record. Does anything about the matter I was asking questions about earlier as it pertains to project clearances, introducing a new type of discretionary process when you have interested parties with existing development agreements rooted in one type of public process, and then you're potentially changing the public process? Does anything about that give you heartburn or concern?
Councilmember Carriaco, to the point regarding a project that already has a development agreement, I would note for the record the development agreement would control as a negotiated document. So there are terms that are negotiated between the city and the applicant. Additionally, if a specific project already has a development agreement, it would have received entitlements that would lock in certain standards in place at the time it received approvals.
Okay, so nothing about changing this discretionary process would impact anyone's entitlements? Sorry to ask so directly.
Yeah, I think, Councilmember Carriaco, I don't want to give a blanket answer without looking at a specific project, but I would just note generally a development agreement locks in a certain set of conditions, and part of that benefits the city and the applicant because they've been negotiated over the term of the development agreement so that that controls. And in addition, general planning principles regarding when the development agreement was approved, provided it came with other discretionary entitlements, would lock in standards that were in place at that time.
And this is fairly similar to what we went through with the new zoning ordinance, correct? Where you allowed development agreements to keep in place for a certain period of time certain protections under one set of rules while everyone else continued on with the new set of rules with the new plan.
Broadly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not seeing any other speakers, so I will close the public testimony portion and entertain council deliberation. If you have anything to say on this, Councilmember Smith?
Yes, I see both the applicant initiated recommendations and staff recommendations as really sort of clean up. And if anything, the staff recommendations to me look like they will simplify things for our the people who are subject to this plan. So I think the public process will better inform people as it goes along. But I'm supportive of the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Thank you. I will just briefly add, I've appreciated the questions and the staff presentation. I agree. I think from my perspective, the process that's outlined preserves a public process, preserves the opportunity for the public to appeal in a sequence that I think is familiar with other types of projects. So I'm satisfied with the staff report and the recommendations. So thank you.
And I also will be supporting this based on the questions asked and what I've heard and, and staff's recommendation. So did you have something more you'd like to say? No? Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion. Who'd like to make this motion?
I'm happy to give it a go.
Please.
Let's see. I'll move that we adopt resolution number 25 next in line, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, initiating the process of an applicant-requested specific plan amendment to remove the 300-foot wide airport safety approach corridor as depicted on figures CBP 2, 3, 8, and 9 of the Cabrillo Business Park specific plan. City requested administrative amendments to Section 7, individual project approvals of the Cabrillo Business Park specific plan, and finding that the initiation of a specific plan amendment is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, APNs 073-610-001 to 005-008 to 013, 017-020 to 021, 030 to 031, 036, and 038 to 041. That is case number 25-0001-SP.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Dulac and your votes. Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. It's unanimous. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay.
That'll take us to item C1, bid protest and award of construction contract and construction management, inspection and material testing contract for the Matilda Park Improvements Project.
Okay, thank you. This is also another public hearing. So the city will hear from hear the report from staff. Then I think at this point I'll ask for any ex partes. Anybody has any disclosures? No?
No.
No, I agree. Okay, then we can move on to the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is John Plummer. I'm a Principal Civil Engineer in the Public Works Department. I'm accompanied by Associate Engineer David Anaya, our Public Works Director Nina Welna, Assistant Public Works Director Autumn Glazer, and Neighborhood Services Director Joanne Plummer are also in attendance to help answer questions. This evening, the staff will be providing a brief project background, a summary of the bid results, a report on the bid protest that the city received, and a recommendation that the City Council award a construction contract for the Matilda Park Improvements Project to Kaya Services LLC. I will now hand the presentation over to Mr. Anaya.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. The Matilda Park Improvements Project is located in District 4 within the Matilda Drive community, east of Elwood Mesa Open Space and south of Hollister Avenue. It is an approximate 0.2 acre or 9,500 square foot open space park, which is equivalent to 2 NBA regulation basketball courts and includes children's playground equipment, benches, and tables. In 2019, the playground surface was identified as demonstrating difficulty draining during rain events, as you can see on the slide. This has caused pooling of stormwater and deterioration of the playground equipment and playground surfacing. Additionally, the concrete walkway has been determined to be non-compliant with current American with Disability Act requirements. The project seeks to replace the playground equipment and surface, add defined turf space and drought-tolerant plant materials, make drainage improvements and adjustments and alignment to the concrete walkway to meet ADA requirements. Bids for the Matilda Park Improvement Project were opened virtually via Planet Bids on August 12th, 2025. A total of 5 bids were received from Kaya Services LLC, Western State Builders Incorporated, R.E. Schultz Construction Incorporated, Hanley General Engineering Corporation, and RCH Construction, respectively. The engineer's estimate for construction costs was $528,044.00. Kaya Services is the apparent lowest responsible bidder at $404,897.57. This bid amount was 23.3% below the engineer's estimate. Western State Builders Incorporated is the next apparent lowest responsible bidder at $490,695.10, or 7.1% below the engineer's estimate. While the bids came in below the engineer's estimate, the results are within a reasonable tolerance and within industry standards. On August 15th, a bid protest was filed by Western State Builders Incorporated, and supplemental information was submitted on the same day of August 15th. Western State Builders' protest contends that item number 1, Kaya Services LLC, the parent lowest bidder, submitted a non-responsive bid by failing to meet the California Public Contract Code's self-performance requirement. The bid protest also alleges that item number 2, Kaya Services and its listed subcontractor, the Labor Solutions LLC, are not a manufacturer certified installer for play and park structures playground equipment as specified in the bid document specifications. And item number 3, do not hold the appropriate licenses required for earthwork, site utilities, or concrete installation work. For item number 1, city staff reviewed the California Public Contract Code with the assistance of city's legal counsel and evaluated Kaya Services' adherence to the California Public Contract Code. Specifically, Western State Builders cited in their bid protest sections 4104 and 4114 of the California Public Contract Code as defining a self-performing requirement of 50% of the work on any public works project by the prime contractor. City staff found that there is no specification of a self-performance requirement listed in either reference section or the entirety of the California Public Contract Code. Section 4104 describes the Subletting and Subcontracting Fair Practices Act, which requires a public works prime contractor to list the name, address, and license numbers of any subcontractor performing work in excess of 0.5% of 1% of the bid price, which Kaya Services has done. Likewise, nothing in Public Contract Code Section 4114 addresses a self-performance requirement for a public works bidding prime contractor. Section 4114 deals with the delegation of authority by a county board of supervisors to a certain designated officer, which is inapplicable here. As such, Kaya Services is found to be in compliance with the bidding requirements as outlined in the plans and specifications and the California Public Contract Code. For item number 2, city staff with the assistance of the city's legal counsel evaluated Kaya Services subcontractor certification and qualifications to install a play and park structures playground which the city purchased in July 2023 and is currently storing in anticipation of this project. Kaya Services listed their subcontractor, the Labor Solutions LLC, under the playground installation bid item. The Labor Solutions holds a current certification from Play and Park Structures dated July 15th, 2025, which, although not required as part of the bid document submittal items, was provided to city staff on September 9th, 2025 by their legal representative, Lanick and Hanna. As such, Kaya Services and their subcontractor, the Labor Solutions, are found to be in compliance with the specific bidding requirement that a certified playground installer hold a current certification from the playground manufacturer, Play and Park Structures, at the time of the bid. Finally, for item number 3, Western State Builders contends that Kaya Services listed subcontractor, the Labor Solutions, only holds licenses for a C15 flooring and floor covering contractor, C54 ceramic and mosaic tile contractor, and B general building contractor license, but do not hold the licenses required for earthwork, site utilities, and concrete installation. The Labor Solutions is not the bidder or prime contractor. Kaya Services, as the bidder and prime contractor, are holders of a Class A general engineering contractor license, which is found to be in compliance with Section 2.4 of the bid documents and specifications, which require the bidder to hold a general engineering contractor A license. Because Kaya Services is a fully qualified Class A general engineering contractor and the Labor Solutions is a fully qualified Class B general building contractor, both are licensed and qualified to perform the trade work properly listed in Kaya's bid. For these reasons, staff recommends that City Council reject the bid protest and find Kaya Services LLC to be the lowest responsible bidder. This concludes staff's presentation regarding the bid protest. I will now hand it back over to the mayor.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'm following my script here. We are looking at going to public comment. And then after public comment will be Western State Builders to make its presentation. They have 5 minutes. And then following that, following Western State Builders presentation, the council shall allow KYA Services to rebut the arguments and evidence produced by Western State Builders, and that's 5 minutes as well. So we'll go to public comment at this point.
I have no speaker slips. Any member of the public on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing no public comment.
Okay.
Mayor.
Then Western State Builders to make their its presentation. Are they here? No? No? Doesn't look like it.
And
Okay.
Mayor, could we ask just for the clerk to confirm on the record? So it doesn't appear that Western State Builders is in chambers, and just to confirm with our city clerk, they're also not online. Is that accurate?
I'm not seeing Western State Builders on the webinar.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we could follow with the next recommendation was Western State Builders presentation. The council shall allow KYA Services to speak if they choose to.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Lorenzo Rodriguez, Senior Project Manager, Representative of Kaya Services, and I'm here to fulfill any commitment that I needed to in regards to the comments that are being made. And we are, as far as I have no comments, we have no rebuttal or nothing to discuss about it. And I'm just wanting to introduce myself and say thank you for the opportunity to come into the community and serve you guys. And we look forward to, at the end of this, when it's all said and done, to perform an acceptable project for you all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council questions. I'm not seeing any questions. Okay, what am I supposed to do now? I guess there's a couple motions entered. I might need some help on this, Mr. Rosen. There's two.
Yes, happy to, Mayor and Council. So,
oh, there they are. Okay, good.
Yep, there are 2 items, sort of separate items, that staff and City Attorney's Office would recommend the council consider. All of the actions are listed on the screen, but following the presentations, the recommendation would be that the City Council close the bid protest hearing and consider the first motion on whether to adopt a resolution rejecting the bid protest and directing the city manager to award a construction contract to the apparent lowest bidder, KYA Services, or alternatively, accept the bid protest, or the final option would be to reject all bids associated with the project. And staff's recommendation would be that first option, the rejection of the bid protest, as
So I will close
articulated
the
in the
public hearing at this
staff
point
report.
and entertain a motion. There's no more questions. Who would like to take a stab at this?
There we go.
Okay, I'll take a stab at this.
Councilmember Smith.
Okay. I would move that we recommend adoption of the resolution entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta of California rejecting the bid protest and awarding construction contract for Matilda Park Improvements Project. And I guess along with that, to authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract with Kaya Services LLC for the Matilda Park Improvements Project in a not-to-exceed amount of $404,897.57, subject to the requirements of the contract documents. And these following items. Looks like there's.
Motions or one?
Sorry.
No, not at all, Councilmember Smith. Apologies for any confusion. I think if we want to make that motion to start. and
Okay,
then-
let's start there.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote.
And then, were we not taking item C, which is approve the plans and specs? That was item B and D?
We will do those as a separate second motion.
Okay. Everybody clear on what we're voting on? All right.
Okay. Councilmember Reyes Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan?
Aye.
And Mayor Prodi?
Aye. It's okay. It's unanimous. Ayes have it. Okay, moving on to the next one.
Okay, and then I would move that we authorize the Public Works Director to approve the contract change orders for the Matilda Parks Improvement Project if necessary in the not-to-exceed amount of $80,979,000, and award and authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Veneer Construction Management in the not-to-exceed amount of $100,275 for construction management, inspection, and material testing services with a June 30th, 2026 termination date.
And Councilmember Smith, I would just ask, since there was a little confusion with all the items,
Yes.
Potentially to just add on to that motion, if you're amenable, any other recommended actions suggested by staff with respect to this item.
Yes, and any other listed recommendations by staff on this item.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmembers, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan?
Aye.
And Mayor Prodi?
Aye. Ayes have it. It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, how about a break? To take a real quick break,
Okay.
5 minutes.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to bring this meeting back to order.
That'll take us to item D1, camping and vehicle dwelling regulation and enforcement.
Thank
And
you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to kick us off if I could.
Sure.
Winnie Kai is going to deliver the presentation, but she has a whole team with her, so she'll be introducing them. But I did want to make a comment of some related issue that had come out of the Homeless Committee. It's not included in the staff report. So I promise I'm not trying to throw the council off your game or the public. We will remind you at the end of the hearing to circle back to this item. You'll get through the whole presentation, and that might affect how you feel about this item I'm about to bring up. So from time to time, and certainly going back to about a year when the council took action to a new ordinance to put no signage on portions of Phelps, no oversized parking at night, it was acknowledged at that point in time that approximately half of that street is not in the coastal zone and a portion of it is in the coastal zone. The question was asked at that time, are we allowed to just do this in the portion that's not in the coastal zone? Can we do it in the coastal zone? And the answer at the time was, no, we have to go to the Coastal Commission. That requires applying through a permit process to do that portion. And so the direction at that time was try it out on the property, the area we do control, and we can see how it goes. Well, we're here to have a more general conversation about enforcement tonight, so it is related. But since then, the question has come up from time to time from members of the public and the council, should we, go to the Coastal Commission and ask them? Because our answer previously was we've talked to them informally. Some people we've talked to had said, well, we're not so sure the commission would do that. Other people, apparently Ms. Kai has talked to some who said, yeah, maybe they would. But it is a process, and it does take a fair amount of staff work to do it. So we just didn't want to ignore that request because it has come up several times. So again, the focus tonight, you're going to hear a thorough presentation. Members of the public are here. It's about enforcement, ordinance changes. But at the end, we'll also remind you when you get all through that, if the council wants us to actually check that box and formally apply to the Coastal Commission, we certainly will. It's something we would have to put on planning's work plan because it does take a fair amount of time. So I didn't want to ignore that. The question has been asked numerous times, and we'll make sure we remind you of that at the end of the item tonight. But with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kai, and you can introduce the approach for tonight.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nisbet. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to present on this item, but I also want to introduce our formidable team. Chuck Flax, our homelessness coordinator and neighborhood services, Joanne Plummer, neighborhood services director, Jaime Valdez, our assistant city manager, Connor Warden, our sheriff's community resource deputy. This item was a very group effort, a multi-departmental effort as we tackle these issues that, touch upon homelessness. Next slide. Can we just do the arrow? Does that do it?
There you
Or-
go.
We have the wrong PowerPoint on.
Oh.
Yes. All right. Can we move to the next slide? Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, wasn't there one before this? Maybe that's it. Okay. So tonight we're talking about encampments and vehicle dwelling. We have gotten some concerns about these issues recently, but I wanted to kind of give us a roadmap. A purpose of meeting tonight is to talk about a new enforcement tool that we haven't talked about before, and that is the administrative citation as an enforcement tool. Part two is really about ordinance amendments, and I'll walk through that. But I'm suggesting that we break up the presentation tonight and the kind of decision-making into two parts. One, about the enforcement mechanism that we're going to present. So in that order, I'm going to give the presentation, take some questions. We would take public comment, council would deliberate and give us direction. Part two would be a little bit more workshop-like, where I would present you the ordinances, what we suggest changes to, and then, again, take some questions, take some public comment, you guys deliberate and give direction to staff. So for the first part, is that okay with everyone, by the way?
That's fine. I just want to make sure after each part, when we do part one, do we take public comment at that point? Or do we
Yes.
wait till after part two?
We would
Do you
take
like to
public comment after I finish giving the presentation on the enforcement tool. And I have a slide to
Okay.
tell us when to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on the first item, so the background of why we're bringing these things tonight is that we've had some recent complaints about vehicle dwelling, an increased number, 95% increase from last year, of people having to live in their vehicles, hitting some dire financial straits and having to live in their vehicles. And then we've got an encampment regulation that council passed in 2023. And we've also run into some issues of enforcement there and, need some additional tools. But really the impacts of both are public health and safety risks, fire risks, sanitation issues, potential harm to our environmentally sensitive habitat areas, and kind of public nuisances for residential for the residents nearby. Slide. But we also want to balance any sort of city regulation against our homelessness strategic policy, which Mr. Flax will explain.
Thank you, Winnie and Madam Mayor and Council. You are all very familiar, actually, with what we're doing here in Goleta, but just for the record, we've had a strategic plan in place since 2021, which gives us very specific agenda about how to proceed, and we focused primarily on outreach and interim housing and permanent housing. Some of the highlights of our work include a significant amount of collaboration across city departments, working with the Community Resource Deputy, working with SB Act, the Public Works and Open Space folks who have done most of the heavy lifting regarding clearing encampments. We have an outreach contract with CityNet, which includes now going to vehicles as well as the encampments. In terms of remedies, we have 5 safe parking lots in the city of Goleta that are 36 spaces for eligible people, and that's managed by New Beginnings Counseling Center. I want to welcome the staff of New Beginnings Counseling Center who have focused on safe parking, some for many years. And they're welcome. They're here to answer questions if you have them specifically. We have a partnership with the County of Santa Barbara and New Beginnings Counseling Center for a much larger program that's referred to colloquially as SURF 3. It's the Encampment Relief Program focused on vehicles. It provides outreach, case management, essential services, and housing navigation. And so far, I think we're at least a year into the program. Just for the city of Goleta, they've had a 76% success rate, which includes placement into shelter as well as permanent housing. So very successful program locally. And finally, just in terms of how we manage this currently, when there is an encampment, we typically, if it becomes a nuisance, we notice that there's an encampment. We put a public notice on that we intend to clear it. And then we've only used this in about 3 or 4 cases. But when we do this, we notice and then we clear the encampment. Typically, the encampments have been vacant. In, I believe, 2 or 3 cases, there were occupants, and we worked with the sheriff's department to, unfortunately, have to move people along. So we do have a process in place for managing encampments.
Great, thank you. All right, so in terms of the vehicular dwelling regulations or the issue, this issue was raised at the last homelessness committee meeting that was convened on August 12, 2025. And a big topic were the vehicle dwelling complaints that we got. And the committee gave direction to staff to bring back some greater vehicle dwelling regulations, as well as bring back some regulatory and programmatic options for enforcement. So that's what this item is tonight, is we bring you an enforcement tool, an option that hopefully will track the strategic policy that Chuck just spoke about, and also kind of balance the need for some regulation of the activities that are causing some public health and safety impacts. So we will go into this more in detail a little later, but just as brief background, we have 2 Goleta municipal codes that deal with kind of encampments and vehicle dwelling. Chapter 12.01 is the one that prohibits camping on city property. And then Chapter 10.04 prohibits dwelling in a vehicle parked on a city street. So I want to go over the enforcement landscape. The existing enforcement landscape is that the city of Goleta, as a first step, in line with the policy that council created on the homelessness strategic plan, to really use a compassionate approach towards people in these situations. And so there's a multi-agency approach. Chuck works with the county, behavioral health, with CityNet, with other nonprofit agencies, with Deputy Warden, to really try to make a connection with individuals who are out there in encampments or vehicles, and really try to offer them services and try to, offer them, can I get you, a transportation ticket? Can we get in touch with your family? Can we get you into shelter? Can we get you into safe parking? So there's a lot of services that are offered over a period of time. And then really in terms of current enforcement, we have mainly dealt with encampments. And that's been a 2-year project of George Thompson in the Open Space Division. He's the one who leads the kind of encampment clearance efforts, and our policy currently is we provide 72 hours notice of the clearing. Usually it's that much, probably even more, as my experience of working with George. Then we do the clearing, and then we store certain items as required by law. So in terms of that effort, that does resolve 90% of our encampments. There are the 10% of cases where people are fairly resistant for various reasons. So that's why we do need an additional enforcement tool, as we're going to talk about tonight. So step 3 is for the people who are really resistant to leaving a site, there is an option under our municipal code to cite an individual for an infraction. And typically how that works is it's handled through the Superior Court Traffic Court, where fines are imposed. The city fine for violation of Chapter 12 and 10 is $100 for each of those provisions. And then we know that the court fees are about $350. So in essence, somebody will get a fine of $450. And the consequences of not paying those tickets is the DMV reporting, and then with repeat offenders and unpaid tickets, multiple unpaid tickets, the judge has the discretion to issue a bench warrant for a possible arrest. And then with respect to a violation of our code, it also allows the city attorney's office to file a criminal complaint, a misdemeanor criminal complaint, which just carries a higher fine amount, which is up to $1,000 and up to 6 months in jail. We've never utilized that, but it is a tool in the city's toolbox to use against someone who is posing a major public safety fire risk, and we could take that route if we are dealing with a very resistant situation. And of course, the sheriff's office has the right to cite someone for violation of the penal code. So the city doesn't control that aspect of the process. It's, the sheriffs are obligated to enforce state law, and penal code is a state law. And so that could also be another criminal process in which a person who is encamping or vehicle dwelling could potentially undergo. So in terms of the new enforcement option that we'd like to talk about is issuing an administrative citation. That is an administrative, meaning like a city process way of dealing with code violations without using the infraction or misdemeanor process. And we do this very successfully with a lot of code violations, various violations throughout the city. Typically, it means it's a ticket, and it carries fines of $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $500 for the third and subsequent violation within the same year. The proposal we bring forth is that this administrative citation be issued by mainly by sheriff officers for vehicle dwelling and for encampments too. And typically these will probably happen at nighttime. And so we would have the sheriff's office write those tickets, and then our staff, Chuck, will take over afterwards and work with the individuals to get them services. The idea is that if they accept services, they would, the city would forgive that administrative citation, the fine, and the penalty. And we can go ahead and enforce that right away. We have laws on the books already that prohibit certain activity. But we can talk a little bit more, we think that there can be some language, ordinance language tightening that will help us enforce even more successfully. And then this slide, sorry, there's a lot of information on here, but it compares kind of the equivalent of the infraction ticket versus the administrative citation ticket. The trigger would be the same after they've been told by a city employee or sheriff officer, hey, you're violating a city code, please stop the violation, either by removing your encampment or not dwelling in your vehicle on a city street. That's the trigger. And then the penalties, as you can see, are different in that the admin site has the $100 fine, and it goes through kind of a staff vetting of moving through that fine and getting it forgiven, versus the infraction, which goes to traffic court and has a set amount of fees. And then after the ticket is issued, for the city process, we propose that we would forgive that if the individual enrolls in the following. HMIS registry at a minimum. There is no limit to the number of people and the availability of getting on the registry. And then we would help this person find safe parking, a safe parking spot for their vehicle and other supportive services as available. So, this program is still a little bit, we're seeking direction tonight to create this program, so not everything is set in stone, but this is the framework, that at a minimum, they do registry, and then we would work really hard to try to find them safe parking within the city, within the region. There's more than 36 parking spaces in safe parking within the region. And then other supportive services as available, like enrolling to get help at a navigation center, maybe taking some classes, and there's other services that I think can be developed as we go, versus the infraction process where after a ticket is issued and a fine is imposed by a court, it goes through kind of the court collection process. Your DMV record shows the ticket, and like I mentioned, if there are many unpaid tickets, the judge could order a bench warrant for arrest. So this is where I propose that I stop my presentation, that council asks staff if any questions, and move on to take public comment and give us direction on the administrative citation option.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering about, I guess, two things. First, if in the proposed administrative citation, if a person still, for whatever reason, wasn't eligible for forgiveness, what options does the city have at that point? If like a fine, administrative fine remains, what's the typical process where, in terms of dealing with administrative fines for the city?
So in our typical violations, we will, there will be a warning that every day that you don't fix your violation is another violation. So the city has the option to impose the fine. It's another admin site, another $100, another $100, whatnot. We can control the amount of money. We could start imposing the $200, start imposing the $500. But in practice, we've usually just imposed another $100 with each time we give another admin site. And then thereafter, the process with typical code enforcement cases is that it gets up to a certain amount, And we have to decide as a city if we want to take file a civil complaint against that individual who has the initial violation and has racked up a sizable administrative citation amount.
Okay, so that would be like a civil collections process?
Yes, largely. So we would, it really depends on the type of violation. For example, if has to do with property and the person isn't completely capable of following the code, sometimes we file for a receivership of certain property. So it really depends on the type of violation here.
And then, based on this presentation, and from what I read, it seems like what this is primarily contemplated in terms of the vehicle dwelling scenario.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of for other encampments where there's no vehicles, so it sounds like in terms of the other encampment clearings that's largely been 90% successful in terms of not taking to a next step. But are we envisioning that this administrative process could be used in that context as well?
I think so. It wouldn't hurt to try using it, right? It's at least, because our other options is to think about the infraction ticket.
Right.
And, as you can see, it goes through the courts and it's out of our hands at that point. So this additional tool at least gives the city continuous control over it and continuous ability to work with the individual. Ultimately, I think staff, spend a lot of time and resources towards building a relationship and trust with the individual. So giving the citation kind of opens that door to helping them get to services.
And then in terms of, I understand that and I know council members have received complaints about the vehicle dwelling. Do we have any information? Has there been any associated increase in violent crime or drug dealing? Do we have any information that any of that type of activity is affiliated with vehicle dwelling activity?
Councilmember Smith, we received your question rather late. We don't have numbers prepared for you.
Sure.
But anecdotally, Officer Warden can speak to this.
Yes, just anecdotally, no, when it comes to violent crime, drug offenses, all the complaints are driven by littering, fire hazard, parking for longer than, the evening. It's those kinds of infraction type crimes.
Okay.
It's not serious violent crimes or anything like that.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if she has.
Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Caston.
Yeah, I just want to follow up actually on the administrative citation question with respect to encampments. My understanding is the city of Santa Barbara has something, restorative justice, I believe, that has that aspect to it. Can you describe what it is? Do you know what they've got?
Yeah, I have a general idea of what that is. It's a program that's run by the police department, Santa Barbara Police Department, and it exists in other jurisdictions as well. It's basically instead of going through a criminal process, for a violation, let's say there's vandalism, graffiti, and the person who did the wrongdoing is connected with the people that they harmed, and they have to talk to each other, and the person who did the wrongdoing has to, understand the harm that they caused and perhaps, even provide restitution for the damage that they caused. So that's a process in lieu of the criminal prosecution of the crime.
Okay, I guess that's a little different in a way than, but I do like the idea of pursuing also sort of down the road, evaluating the opportunity for administrative citations with respect to encampments too. In other words, if there's a way that if we want people to move somewhere and they're resistant or they keep coming back, that if they're fined, there's a way, or punished in some way like that, there's a way that they can get that waived by taking certain actions, supportive services sorts of actions. I really like, the administrative process that's being outlined here as a way of, I won't go on right now because that's more in deliberation, but I think this is a great step. Thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, kind of more in the broader environment that we're talking about right now. The city currently has been contracting with PATH, correct, to have a couple beds? And PATH is going away at the end of the year, correct? Do we have a strategy for how we're going to reprogram the resources we've historically put there?
Councilman Kiriakou and Mayor, thank you for the question. PATH, the word is that PATH as an agency is pulling out of the region. My understanding is the city of Santa Barbara's intent, and I don't know where they are with it, is to keep the shelter open. So in the, based on what we know now, the thought would be that we would maintain 2 beds at that shelter in operation. The other thing we've considered, if there isn't that opportunity, is to work with, we have 4 beds contracted with Good Samaritan at Hedges House of Hope in Isla Vista. Conceivably, it could be 6, roughly for the same amount. So it could be a transfer.
Okay, and when you say anecdotally the city may step in and run it, do we know if that means something along the lines of how that center got started, which was as a winter shelter that was operated by a community coalition with city support? Or is that more like the city truly stepping in and operating something?
Councilman Kiriakou, it's my understanding, based on what was presented to the Continuum of Care Board, that the city intends to have an RFP and have another operator. So I think the city's intention, particularly because there's quite a few contracted beds there with SenCal, with Cottage Hospital, with behavioral wellness, their goal, I believe, is to maintain operations with a new provider.
Okay. And do we have any information on what's the latest with the Faro Center? I know there's been some kind of back and forth on that.
Thank you, Councilman. So the Faro Center is currently being operated by SB Act, who is also a contractor with the city for a lot of collaborative work. The major changes that have happened are that they now are not a drop-in center, but strictly an appointment-only center. That's kind of the downside. What I've heard anecdotally is that people are not necessarily having trouble accessing it through that appointment process. The city has said pretty clearly that they want to do an RFP for that site and possibly select a different operator. Their request is that it not be a kind of free-for-all open center, but it be much more structured and much more controlled in terms of how they maintain their operations.
Okay. And then kind of bringing it back a little bit more. So for New Beginnings, which has the real only safe parking program, like trademarked, they created it, they invented it. What is their current capacity that's available to us in the city, and what has been the trend line? Are we increasing capacity over time? Are we losing parking spaces over time? And what is the city's plan for partnering with them to increase availability? Before we get to whether we would find somebody and how much and how could they resolve it, I want to have a better understanding of capacity.
So it's a kind of a complicated answer. First of all, there are 36 spaces here in the city of Goleta. However, as you pointed out, New Beginnings operates this program countywide, and so they have a wide range of opportunities. They can speak directly to their exact capacity. However, the council tonight approved the second reading of an amendment to our ordinance, which will allow for the opportunity for more properties to be designated as safe parking sites. Mm-hmm. And so the hope is that New Beginnings, in partnership with the city, could go out and procure a range of different and new places that would meet the demand. I have to add a caveat, which is that currently, the other important component is New Beginnings has had great success with a program that isn't directly connected to, say, parking, where they're doing on-site case management for people in their vehicles and moving them on to shelter and to housing. That's been a very successful program, but it doesn't really address the issue of people parking on public streets. What we've suggested is that there will be some sort of way to increase capacity. That's really the plan.
Given the trend line that we're seeing in terms of the demographics of our unhoused population becoming more and more vehicularly based, what is our strategy for making sure that our resources meet that challenge head on? I recognize how, Hedges, Houses of Hope, and some of these other tools and resources are great resources, but I'm just wondering if perhaps this is an opportunity for us to maybe try and start realigning our resources towards where things are going.
No, thank you for that question as well. The reality is that the entire or the large percentage of the increase that we saw countywide in homelessness is being, pardon the pun, driven by people living in their vehicles. This is not just a city or a county trend. This is happening statewide. It's becoming an increasingly problematic issue. From my perspective, one of the hardest things to manage has been that New Beginnings is out there, CityNet is out there talking to all these folks, but 2/3 of the people that we try to contact are not interested or not expressed an interest in homelessness services. So the county is in the process of putting together a study to better understand what's driving that population. This would be done in these, the county has these areas that have been identified as hot spots throughout the county. The hope is that this research project in partnership with New Beginnings and UCSB would get a better handle on what we can do for those people that are in their vehicles who may or may not consider themselves homeless. So then in terms of resources, unfortunately, we're seeing an increasing shortage of resources. It's unclear what the future holds in terms of resources. However, my understanding is that everybody recognizes this as a growing problem, and so future resources, as they become available, could be dedicated towards addressing people living in their vehicles.
Okay, now let me ask the tougher questions. Is there value in making the decision we're being asked to contemplate tonight, or decisions, I suppose I should say, informed by that study, or is that the results of that study a way off? Or do you not see a nexus between having those results and what we're contemplating? And it's okay to say anything. Safe space.
So I think it's great.
Space.
It's safe public space.
Yeah.
So the results of that study are far off. I think the motivation for us being here so rapidly from the Homeless Issues Standing Committee has been a combination of public pressure and a recognition that this problem is growing tremendously. So the intention here is to create an incentive for people who are currently expressing no interest in services to seek services. So Winnie's point about that they're going into HMIS as a kind of a minimum means that we would then have the opportunity to track people, to work with them, to really know where they are. I mean, as I've told you before, I maintain a by name list of everyone in the city of Goleta who is not just in HMIS, but who's working with our providers. This would give the opportunity to have more of a relationship with these different folks. But your question is well taken. There's quite a few people who have told us to not to leave them alone. And so the benefit here would be that we are then putting pressure on those people to move on because they're not accepting services and they're not complying with our laws.
Yeah. So I guess the question becomes, where's the line and where do you draw it? Because we know on the one hand, if you don't create some kind of pressure to change, people are inclined not to change. On the other hand, the point it almost makes itself. People that don't like change, when you disrupt them, it sets them back, right? I mean, I think there's data out there that if you make someone get rousted every 24 to 36 to 48 hours, or whatever it is, 72 hours, what you're looking at is someone who might be coming better equipped to actually maybe make a different choice, they get disrupted, they get, I forget the exact word that I'm looking for, but essentially they're re-triggered and they go into crisis, and then you have to kind of start that relationship building all over. So, you know, I'm sorry to give you this question, but like, where's the line, and do you feel like what we're contemplating here effectively toes that line and compassionately toes that line?
So that's a great question. The answer is, as we said during the proclamation, we have a tremendously compassionate and kindness-driven process, which really ripples across our entire city. Our public works folks, our law enforcement folks, even code enforcement, they're all very interested in helping people.
Okay.
And so I think the issue here is we do have a subset of our people experiencing homelessness population who are extremely recalcitrant, you know, who have been pretty aggressive in their refusal to participate. And I think that it is incumbent on a city to enforce its laws to make sure that we're protecting public safety, et cetera. So the balance that you're proposing is really kind of, I see it as my job, I see it as Connor Warden's job, is developing, and we'll get into this more when we talk more about the changes to the law, but there's a fair amount of discretion that's going to be kind of inherent to this process.
Thank you. Your answers have been both brief but also detailed, so I appreciate you towing that line. Just one or two more quick questions. There's a model ordinance that's discussed here, and it was proposed by the governor, but there's also things that you cited in your report and in your presentation, the SURF funds, right? And so that was a program that was created at a different time with perhaps a different mindset. So I guess my question is, given that not that long ago we hesitated to expand no camping, you know, and having enforcement in things like waterways and, you know, clean, you know, in our creeks, for example, you know, and that was largely because the county was telling us that they were up for grants that would help them resolve encampments and waterways. You know, here we are again. So I just want to ask the question, even recognizing that there's a model ordinance on the table from the governor of the state, is there any concern that we should have that if we were to go forward with some of these proposed actions, that might impact the county being compliant in the funding that they're using to resolve encampments in a way that helps our unhoused population, helps get them into housing? Because at the end of the day, you know, I don't really want to find ourselves in a position where we're trying to be compassionate, we're trying to move people to help, and all we're really doing is having almost like the shuttle service where like one day you're living on Overpass and another day you're living on Arundel and another day you're living on Cathedral Oaks, right? I mean, you know. Sorry.
So I'm not sure I understand the question, but I think I do. So we have a governor who
the disposition of the model ordinance.
We have a governor
the
who
funding.
has done two things at once. He's there through his office and that's been reconfigured to really work on homelessness as an issue. They've put billions of dollars on the street to address homelessness. The county, we've received funding for outreach to encampments along transit corridors. We've received funding for doing creeks and waterways, and the current grant is for people living in vehicles. So, yeah, there was a concern by the county that any change that this body makes could jeopardize future funding. They wrote a letter, I believe, to all of you stating that their primary concern is making sure that we're following. I mean, the model ordinance actually would be in conformance. So if we're following the rules kind of laid out by the governor of noticing people, of proceeding with compassion. Yeah.
I just wanted it on the record they're aligned.
Yeah.
That's all I was looking for.
Yes,
okay, I've gone on long
okay,
enough.
the
Thank
city
you.
attorney can address that more directly in terms of the code.
Mayor Protem, can I go real quick?
Yeah, real quick. I guess in responding to Councilmember Kiriakou, just to add some additional that, you know, again, to focus this, particularly on the vehicular homeless, it is this balance, as Ms. Kai indicated, between, well, first between helping and supporting those people who are homeless and not criminalizing homelessness and so forth, and recognizing, you know, what can we do for them, but also note recognizing they're in a particular area, and is this the right area for them to be? Is this the most appropriate given the neighborhood and so forth? And I would add one other, is that neglect isn't in itself a positive thing invariably. That just leaving people without, benign neglect is not necessarily the best thing for those who are homeless. The nice thing, and I applaud New Beginnings for this, the nice thing about it is you have a potential win-win opportunity if people can move from places where they don't have bathroom facilities, they don't have trash facilities, there's residential areas nearby, to a place that has those and the availability, the ready and the great opportunity for services to be provided for them and to help them transition to housing. It's, to me, there's truly a win-win thing. And the nice thing with this administrative sanction is that while it creates an incentive for people to move, it's not punitive. It's giving them a way to say, we'll waive this for, if you take a class or if you, whatever it might be. It is an incentive. Well, let me say this. It is a potential negative incentive. You can lose something if you don't comply. But we've also added positive incentives too. For the safe parking sites where previously people had to leave by 7 a.m., we've waived that requirement to make it more attractive. Also, as Mr. Flax could say, in the future, at some point, we're talking about or will talk about some sort of package that makes it more attractive to go to New Beginning sites or safe parking sites. That is to say, is it potential repairs to your vehicle or something? There are things that people want and to lure them, in other words, not just to push them out of residential areas, but to lure them as well in some combination of incentives in a future meeting. We're not doing it now. But in other words, yeah, this is an opportunity both to recognize the community and the impacts it might have on the community, but also to do it in a way that helps those who are homeless and to give them a better outcome in the end. All right, that's it.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. I don't have much to add. Most of the questions that I had have been asked by my colleagues, and I've appreciated all the additional questions. So, thank you.
Well, I have a few process questions as far as if we were to move with the citation, administrative citation. So I don't see us, how can I put this? I don't see us asking our patrol deputies to go up and down streets looking for this. This is going to be complaint-driven, correct?
Yes.
There's a problem on a particular street.
Yes, it is complaint-driven, yes, I don't think they have the capacity to go up and down the
No,
streets.
I don't think so either. But and then so if somebody was in an RV and they're sleeping, do they have to make sure they hand them the citation? I mean, I know I'm getting a little bit into the weeds on how does that work? They're in there, that's night, they're had some major complaints. What would happen at that point? Would they leave a citation on there, or do they actually have to hand it to them? Just out of curiosity, how that would look.
Mayor, so yes, you'd have to actually identify the person and cite them. It's not a parking ticket, it's a citation specific to the person. And so yes, it'd be awoken and then issued a citation.
Okay.
The idea would be they would be warned beforehand, like we do with most citations, told about the violation, and then if they chose not to move, then they would be issued a citation.
Okay. But if they don't respond to you opening the door, or there's not much you could do? Or
No,
is there?
there's not much we would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to compliment you on how you've worked with our folks experiencing homelessness and your compassion and empathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my fear is that we don't want our deputy to be the bad guy. So, you know, if we move forward with this, I would hope that maybe Deputy Warden would give a heads up, you know, maybe let them know, but maybe then we have some other deputies actually. I don't know, I just don't want to, I'm concerned about that trust element, that he's worked so hard. It takes a long time. So I'm worried about, you know, that part of it. Another thing I have, how are we doing with the fire marshal has identified certain areas and open spaces that are at risk of high fire areas. So that is, what kind of citation is that? And how successful has that been? Does someone go out and tell them you're in a high fire and this is illegal and they move on? Is that how it works typically? Oh, sorry, Connor.
Yeah, so that's the same way we handle it, Mayor, is with the warning. I've had to issue 2 citations in the past 2 years for people that were camping in the high fire zones and then hadn't moved by the time I returned the next day. So they were both issued citations, but it always starts with a warning.
So it's a warning, a citation, or a warning, and then you go back the next day. It's like 24-hour, or do you give them time? How does that work exactly?
I would give them 24 hours. I tell them I'll be back here the same time tomorrow. If you haven't moved, then I'll have to issue a citation. Tell them what the high fire zones are. And
so that's been pretty successful with the idea that they hear what you're saying and they move.
Except for 2 people.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I think those are my questions for now, and then I'd really like to hear from the public. If that's okay, is that a good time to hear from the public?
This is a good time to take public comment.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I have no speaker slips. Those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do have 3 hands raised. Elizabeth Stotts, if you'll please unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of City Council. Can you hear me okay before I
Yes, we
carry on? Thank you. I'm reaching out to you as one of the many concerned residents impacted by the amount of vehicles being used for illegal camping on Phelps Road, as staff has mentioned. Normally, this area is used for parking by residents and our guests, visitors that are going on a hike or going to the beach, and by work crews that provide services to residents here. This part of the street is also heavily used by bicyclists, people exercising, or taking dogs out for walks. The utilization of this area as an illegal campground, particularly by persons in massive vehicles, is inconsistent in an area zoned as residential and a coastal zone, and it is unsafe. Personally, I didn't have a problem when it was just a couple of minivans. Like it has been mentioned, we do have a homelessness crisis, so a few people looking for a safe neighborhood to sleep in was acceptable given the shortage of safe parking lots. But the situation here as it currently stands has gotten out of control. My windows face this area directly, and I witnessed the impacts firsthand. I've seen people cooking from the back of their truck. I've seen people go through their daily hygiene routines out of the vehicles in the morning. If you visit our neighborhood at night, you'll see a disconcerting row of vans and trailers, all with blocked out windows. I regularly hear the rumblings of large trucks, buses, and RVs as they park their vehicles to settle in for the night. More recently, people have been parking their cars more haphazardly, facing all sorts of directions in the late night hours. As I've told the city time and time again, I do not feel safe walking outside my own street at night. My guests have expressed discomfort parking here when visiting me. Residents of the neighborhood have told me they feel unsafe when walking to their homes at night. I recognize the challenges of addressing homelessness, and I applaud the city for its efforts to help persons experiencing homelessness, and I applaud the city for expanding the safe parking lot access. I am a strong supporter of our homelessness service provider community, and I have spent the majority of my career partnering with and supporting their work. However, I also believe that our public streets and neighborhoods are not a suitable location for illegal camping, vehicular or otherwise. A balanced approach is necessary. I have written council-specific comments on the policy questions before you today, and I ask that you please adopt policies that will address the concerns of the area residents while balancing the needs of unhoused persons that need help. I also ask that council direct staff to obtain a coastal access permit to put up signage prohibiting illegal camping on the coastal zone of Phelps Road, as I believe this will go a long way towards preventing the need for issuing citations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Landon Rack, followed by Bob Craig. Landon, if you please unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Perotti, members of City Council. This is Landon Rank, Director of Programs with SB Act. I work closely with Mr. Flax on the Goleta Regional Action Plan that happens through our weekly meetings as well as work throughout the week. And I just want to touch on a couple points. I think with what Councilmember Kiriakou mentioned with regard to the really quickly growing trend of vehicular homelessness, I think we need to expect that there is going to be increasing public demand for more punitive approaches to addressing homelessness in general. And I appreciate that to date, this council has really been one that emphasizes compassion and trying to have the services be the incentive. And so I think I just want to keep encouraging the council, whatever you can do to help shape those public narratives around homelessness and help our community to, understand this as a human issue. I think that's going to go a long way. And I know that this is really an inflection point right now for the residents in the Phelps neighborhood specifically. So I don't intend to discount that, but I do just want to keep encouraging City Council in that direction as this continues to be an issue. And with that, I would encourage council as well to revisit whatever decisions are made around this once the survey findings are completed that Mr. Flax mentioned earlier. Once we kind of know a little bit more about this vehicular population that has kind of been an anomaly to us. Mr. Flax often says it's a population that is not identifying as homeless. And so we kind of need to understand them more, and I would encourage council to revisit and sort of reassess strategies based on that, and really just keep encouraging innovation wherever we can find it. So I appreciate all this discussion and happy to continue talking with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Craig, and this is a last call for those of you on the Zoom webinar to use the raised hand icon, and I will call on you. Bob, if you please unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you to the city for your addressing these issues. Thanks for the oversized vehicle signs that you put up maybe in the last year. That helped to a degree. You put trash cans out there. That's been helpful. The mulch out there has been nice. You put on Phelps, that's good. But one thing that I kind of see missing is any action now. The city's overall focus and priority has been on the unhoused. And we, the residents of Phelps and Pacific Oaks, feel like maybe we should get a plaque of appreciation because we don't feel like the city is representing our best interests. We're the taxpayers. We've lived there for years and years, and it's unfortunate from our standpoint. There's a lot of talk about criminalizing the homeless, and we certainly that's an understandable issue. I walk out there every day on Phelps, and I'm on the front lines of what's going on. There's people who don't have license plates. If you don't have license plates, you probably don't have insurance. So say somebody runs into my car, and then where's the criminalization there, and who's the victim there? The impacts are well documented: trash, human waste, noise, threatening behavior. So it's pretty frustrating to see this problem here in our backyard, and we've heard it for years and years. We'll study it, we'll research it, we'll form a committee, we'll do this. It's like bureaucratic stagnation in our little village here that really seems it seems like we don't have to have that. And I'll end by saying that there was a gentleman who spoke earlier who was a registered sex offender who talks about parking his motorhome on these streets. Now, can anybody who's listening to this meeting say, oh yeah, I want my daughter or my wife or myself to go out there walking on these streets knowing that some of the people who are living in these vehicles are registered sex offenders. That's it.
Thank you.
And I have no more speakers, Mayor.
Let's see.
Mayor, I have a couple questions, if I may.
I was thinking.
That's okay.
Councilmember Smith.
I just had a question. Councilmember Kiriako's questions made me think about capacity. Has the city staff given thought? My understanding is that we have capacity in safe parking right now, and we're hoping to expand that capacity. So is the concept that as we have capacity, that these citations, administrative citations, may be given, and would the calculation be different if we were maxed out or at capacity?
Thank you, Councilmember Smith, for that question. So we thought that the citation process would still go on even if there wasn't safe parking or shelter capacity, that the bare minimum would be to register in the HMIS system. That then allows us to keep track of them and continue to build a relationship and get them to services.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's my question.
You
Thanks.
made me remember what I wanted to ask, so thank you. If we need to build capacity, which it sounds like hopefully we will, who's going out, who's working with the businesses, and who's looking for this partnership with maybe businesses to open up lots? Is that the city's responsibility, or is that New Beginnings, Safe Parking? Who's doing that?
Thank you for the question, Madam Mayor. So we are actually in the process of revising our strategic plan for the next 5 years. We're going to hire a consultant in the spring. My answer to your question is that if this is a priority for council to expand safe parking as part of our work plan, that we could do that. And we would work with whatever provider is selected to make that happen.
Okay. And then maybe this is a question for safe parking, have the hours, we've heard complaints about why folks do not want to go into safe parking, and one is the hour that they have to leave. But was that because of what was on our ordinance, or is it about where they're parked, maybe on a church lot, and the church wants them out at a certain time? I guess my question is more about, is this a reasonable request to say we want to extend the time that they don't have to leave at 7, they could leave later? Do we know if that's going to be successful? We're trying to give them incentives to go, and that was one barrier that I've heard in the past. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, for that question. It's largely driven by the site location. However, with the Goleta ordinance as it has stood for years, there has been no flexibility for those sites to extend further, to have a later exit time. So there will be some lots that we could have an 8 a.m. exit perhaps, and that would be more amenable to certain folks.
So it'd be basically up to the person whose lot you're using?
Yes, and that's how it functions in Santa Barbara.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to.
Is your mic on? I don't think so.
No. I guess I want to echo I guess several folks have added that the outreach to try and expand our capacity. We changed the safe parking ordinance to open up a lot of new spaces, potentially commercial lots and other areas, but it won't do any good unless we actually go out there and try and engage those folks. And so So I concur that we should try in the new contract or whenever it is to try and reach out and see about getting more spaces available and actively be in a position to make sure we can move people from the Phelpses and the Pacific Oakses and other locations. I think, well, anyway, I won't, Dearborn, I guess, is, you know, and provide a better location for everyone. So, thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco?
I guess the thing I'm still trying to resolve for myself is, are we proposing something that's going to perhaps incrementally address the issue, the larger issue, or are we shuffling? Are we trading one neighborhood for another? Are we trading one area that's less vocal, less connected, less aware of the law and the rules and what's allowed for another? You know, I really do appreciate that there are certain neighborhoods, and we've heard primarily from one, that have been experiencing these issues. And I can appreciate that, you know, some of the things that we've read over the years in letters and emails, et cetera, are really unpleasant and really not something that you would want to have in your neighborhood. I'm still just trying to resolve for myself that this proposal will begin to resolve it, because we have information that the folks that we're talking about are very service resistant, aggressively service resistant. Are they suddenly going to become significantly less service resistant because we say there's an administrative fine or there's this process and you could eventually find yourself in a bad situation? And so wouldn't it be great if we, you know, if you actually took these one or two positive incentives that we're also putting forward? You know, I don't know that I'm ever going to get the certainty that I would like based on the information that we have. I'm afraid we're probably just going to have to try this and learn. And so I'll be very interested in how this strategic plan update goes. I think given the expertise that we have in this room in terms of the inventors of a national model that's been significantly federally funded, I hope they have a lot of input in the plan as it's being drafted, and that it really is a partnership. And I hope that at the end of the day, given that those federal dollars can be tenuous, or even if they aren't tenuous, they won't last forever, we need to make sure that ourselves and our county partners and others are beginning to look at how we're allocating our resources, that we start to meet that moment and backfill what has been done and paid for by others primarily, and to start to step into that gap more. So in terms of starting to get into deliberations, I'm really not terribly comfortable with what we're talking about here, and I need to kind of start refining exactly where I'm going to land. But I think in general, I can get to supporting some of these changes, and I just need to kind of sharpen my pencil on which ones exactly I'm going to support.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for the presentation. I know that it's a lot of information, even in the staff report too. And I think, you know, especially not being a council member that's not on the Homeless Services Committee, I'm making sure I'm following like the many conversations I know that happened before even coming here tonight. But I do want to say that I think what is positive is, you know, all of the work that the city has done, and along with our partners, you know, from what was presented tonight, really has helped or is helping address the vast majority of the issues. I saw that like 90%. I think that's great, and that's great that, you know, our position is to continue that work and continue that. So what we're talking about really is that, you know, hopefully less than 10% of the kind of stickier issues where we now, as a result of some Supreme Court decisions, have more options available to us for how to address that. We have more tools available that we can avail ourselves of. And so I think that it's important for the public to know that's part of what's different now, is that we have, you know, these additional options. I very much take to heart the dozens and dozens of emails that I know we've all gotten, that I've had, since I've joined the council. And I hear the frustration. I understand the concerns. And I've really appreciated how much staff has really tried to address, those issues, over a lot of time. And I do think that you have come to us with a set of options here that we've gotten in this part one, that are an attempt to try something different, something new, utilizing those new tools that we have available to us. I have some of the same concerns as Councilmember Kiriakou about, we hope it'll be successful. We won't know until we really start trying it. But I do feel very compelled to do something and take some action and try something, because we have had residents who I think have been very patient, still frustrated, and wanting the city and this council to do more, to try more, to resolve some of these stickier issues. So I am supportive of what's been presented so far. And I would really, and one of the things I mentioned to our city manager was, if this does move forward, I think it would be important to have some kind of regular report back to the council about how it's working. I'm sure you will do that with the committee, but I think this is such a really important topic for our whole city that it would be important to have a report back to the full council about how it's working. You may have some feedback about things that you may want to tweak, or that are working, or some things that aren't. And I think that'll be important, not just for the council, but for the public to see that we are trying to be responsive and we are trying to address. And it is this balance of, a carrot and a stick, for lack of a better metaphor there, that we are trying to find that balance to continue, an approach that is humane, and that also really tries to address some of these more challenging issues. So that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan?
Yeah, I think you're asking for a reaction on two elements, and that is, should we have any enforcement or no enforcement, which was previously essentially the case, and to the extent that we have enforcement, should we have an administrative option to enable it, let's say. And I think, yes, in both cases. I don't think it's tenable for us to have an ordinance where we say we're not going to do any enforcement, and we just, why are people service resistant? Because we're not enforcing anything is part of the reason. And so anyway, I would, I think, I give credit to, especially Christine, who came up with the idea initially. I don't mean to call you out, but it was, but I did. But I did think it was to me, it was how do you create an incentive for people to participate in safe parking without doing it in a way that's going to harm them, without something that's going to make them worse off or anything like that. And I just thought that was a very creative way to deal with the issue. And so anyway, so I would support this.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I wanted to echo Councilmember Kiriakou's concerns about, and I had some of these concerns in terms of just designating certain no parking zones that were not creating a situation where, people are just moving around different parts of the city. And so what, starts as a problem on Phelps, becomes a problem on Elwood Station, or, other areas in the city that do also see these issues. So I do share that concern. And we know the data is clear that a strictly punitive criminal approach to homelessness doesn't work. And that was the approach for many years. And we know we already know that approach doesn't work. We wouldn't be here today if that approach had worked. what I do see is different about this proposal is twofold. First is that this approach is coming with the offer of service. So it's not just strictly, right? Our approach has always been this model of building connection, building the relationship, the offering of service, the carrot and the stick. And the second piece I do think that is an important difference is the administrative process is different from a traditional citation, and that really can move into the criminal process. And that has real consequences. You know, when you have those things on your record, if you can't get your DMV situation sorted out. So I do think this is a creative suggestion from the team, and I'm open to trying it, sort of, you know, knowing that these factors are at play. I agree that I too would want the item to come back so that we could, even if it's just, you know, information from our staff, from our team, from law enforcement to say, how is this going? You know, even if we don't have a formal report yet, so that we could, you know, see, is this working or is it not? And do some analysis, I think, would be important. And I should note, too, we don't want to get into a situation where people on Phelps are, let's, for example, like losing their vehicles. You know, if you get a bunch of fines or you know, get into a situation, we don't want to force a situation where people are losing their vehicles, right? Camping out at Elwood and starting fires out there. Like, we don't want to make the situation worse either for people. So I do think it's important, you know, to give this careful thought and careful implementation. So I think where I would lean would be sort of a test, to sort of see how this goes. And frankly, in the encampment situation, I think an administrative process first before a more traditional process is also better. But I think we do have to grapple with some really, homelessness is uncomfortable when we witness it and when we see it. It is really challenging, and I know for those who live along, you're seeing it and it's in your face every day. And we as a community do need to grapple with these it's difficult. And I've been really proud of how, you know, compassionate we've been as a community and with that approach. So sort of with these differences in mind, I'm willing to give things a try, but I do hope we would do it sort of on a pilot basis with an opportunity for review.
I'm going to jump in here real quick. You know, I struggled with this one. I struggled with it on the committee when we had this discussion, because I've met a lot of homeless folks, people experiencing homelessness, and they're not all the same. They all have a story, and sometimes it's just down on their luck, and you know, and they need some help. So I'm truly against criminalizing homelessness. I always have been. But on the other hand, I'm kind of wishing I could channel past council member Kyle Richards, who was so good about on this hand, and you know, and then on the other hand. On the other hand, I think we have to do something. That there is a frustration growing in certain neighborhoods that we have to try something. I mean, it's not working. We have an obligation as council members. We've been elected to protect the public and from public safety. I'm not saying homeless people are going to hurt anybody, but they're causing some problems in some areas that could be of public health concern. I just say that. So we have a responsibility to do something about that. That's our job. we also have a responsibility, I feel, and we've done really as much as we can helping our folks that are experiencing homelessness. We've been very kind and compassionate and doing all that we can. So there are some that will take and be able to, go into safe parking because maybe the hours will be different and it'll work for them. There'll be some that may never want to do safe parking. But we have to do something. It's time. It's time to, and maybe in the long run it will help them. I agree with others that have said we need to have some information coming back to us. It doesn't have to be a whole presentation, but we need to know. We will know, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan and myself, because we're on part of the committee. We're also on the meetings every Monday, so we'll know how it's going. But to be able to all of us talk to about it has to come here, and that's why I'm really glad we're finally discussing it, because we've been talking about it a long time, and I'm really glad because I really wanted to see what my colleagues thought and felt, and see if we're going the right direction or not. So that's where I'm coming from. Councilmember Carriaco.
Just one final thought. First of all, I just want to thank Councilmember, the mayor, and also Councilmember Smith for some of the things that they said. I think one of the challenges that was pointed out is that when we are confronted with the impacts of homelessness and when we're confronted with the faces and the vehicles and the situations of the unhoused, I think it's important to remember they weren't always that way, right? And we've had a lot of discussion tonight about homelessness, and we haven't really said the word housing. And so I just want to kind of put out there for some of the folks that have been really frustrated and, as was pointed out, very patient in their neighborhood with seeing some of the impacts of homelessness in their neighborhood. I just want to kind of put out there, there's parts of the city that are stepping up and providing homelessness services. We have Buena Tierra, and that's serving people in our city. That's serving people, in the surrounding area. Heritage Ridge soon will have 102 or 104 units of housing, much of which will be for people that have been homeless or at risk of homelessness, particularly seniors and veterans. And these are great things. But those two solutions alone won't solve it. And if we want to make sure that people don't start that downward step from housed to sleeping in their car, to having their car impounded, to now crashing with a friend, to no longer being able to crash with a friend, to perhaps being in a relationship that they shouldn't be in, but they're in because it provides housing, to that relationship falling apart and they end up in shelter, and then finally they're on the street. If we want to be serious about doing something about that whole path to homelessness, we have to address housing. And so some of these neighborhoods and some of these parts of our community that have been resistant to having some new neighbors for various reasons, I would encourage you to think about the choice between seeing unhoused people in your neighborhood, the unpleasantness of that experience, versus the opportunity to provide some housing that might help make that situation less common and might allow more of our residents to live with dignity, live with respect. So I'll just close there.
Yeah, just one other observation, actually, is that this is regarding that forthcoming analysis or study that you guys are working on, because unlike those who are living in encampments, who are, I think, primarily local from this general area, we have very little information really about the people who are in their vehicles. And we know, for instance, that some come here. There was one oversized vehicle who spent the winters on BLM land and then came here for an extended period. We don't know how many are coming here. There was a website that told where you could go with your oversized vehicle, and we had people coming here because, in part, there was no enforcement. So it'll be really valuable as far as learning who are we dealing with? Are they, if they're resistant to services, it might be because they're just passing through in a way. They don't consider themselves homeless, some of the vehicles, and hence they're not interested in services and so forth. So getting that information will really tell us what we need, and this program will get us some of that. So I just thought I'd add. Thank you.
So that was part one.
Are you ready for part two?
And before we move to part two, Madam Mayor, it sounds like the council's unanimous, but I think this is a big decision. I would suggest a vote on this item.
Oh, okay.
So a suggested motion, we don't have a motion written up for you, but a suggested motion would be direct staff to begin an enforcement process of our anti-encampment ordinance using an administrative citation process with the amount of the citation being forgivable as outlined in the staff report. Something like that.
Yeah,
And you could include the report back to council in the motion as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion that we begin enforcing our existing ordinances on this matter and that we direct staff to create an administrative citation program as laid out by the city manager in his comments and report back to council.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Okay, that. On to part two.
Okay. So part two is really kind of high-level policy ideas about our existing laws and where we might go from here. So you'll get another look at this item on October 21st when we bring back the ordinance language amendments. But today, I wanted to just get some policy direction from council so I can go put it all together. So in essence, Chapter 12.01 prohibits camping, which is use of camp facilities and camp paraphernalia. And those are defined terms, in our code. And we had, we at the time we passed this ordinance in 2023, Boise v. Martin was still good law. It was the case in which the Ninth Circuit ruled that criminalizing homelessness is unconstitutional, and that unless adequate shelter existed, you couldn't enforce your laws. I'm overgeneralizing, but that's kind of the initial idea. And so, as a response, the city passed its ordinance to say, and this is what a lot of cities did. They had a provision in their ordinance that said we will not enforce our no camping prohibitions unless there is adequate shelter available. And then the Johnson v. Grants Pass case that was heard by the U.S. Supreme Court, which overruled the Boise v. Martin case and really said that it's up to local jurisdictions to criminalize behavior. And so we're in that landscape now where we do not need to ensure adequate shelter before we start enforcing our laws. And then I would be remiss to not bring up the governor's model ordinance, which deals with encampments a little bit differently from how we deal with encampments. But it is, in essence, you need to move your encampment 200 feet every 3 days. And the goal is to basically move people around so often that they would not encamp on the streets. So next slide. So the policy question for us is really how should the city's ordinance incorporate some or all of the elements of the model ordinance? And that's really, I'm asking about the moving 200 feet every 3 days. And our staff recommendation is we not change the existing encampment laws because we do not see a lot of encampments on city streets and that kind of issue. Our encampments are usually in open space areas, which is already dealt with by the ordinance. So there's that. And then in light of the grants pass decision, can we move to the next slide? I just wanted to, like I said, our current language says no, no enforcement until adequate shelter is available, except in high fire areas. The proposed model ordinance, which we recommend that we adopt a similar kind of style, is to provide reasonable shelter. Before enforcement of your encampment or any ordinance, you make a reasonable effort to provide services. And so really it's about removing that provision in our ordinance that kind of made a distinction between sitting, sleeping, and lying, which is what the Boise case was about, not criminalizing somebody who's sitting, sleeping, and lying on public property. There isn't a need to call that out anymore, and so I would recommend that we move to language that tells us to make reasonable efforts to provide services and shelter before enforcement. Okay, so moving on to vehicle dwelling, in chapter 10.04, we have the prohibition for someone to park their vehicle and sleep on a city street. We also have this concept of towing a vehicle after somebody has been warned and that person is still sleeping in the vehicle after 72 hours. That is a carryover from the county. That is not something that we created after cityhood. And so just even the concept of towing a vehicle is up for consideration. You know, should we keep this concept? Should we keep the towing concept? Should we not? If we do keep it, we need to add some factors of the community caretaking doctrine, which is where officers can enforce, like tow or do other actions that protect the community, and it's not in furtherance of stopping a crime. So those are just certain language, we would have to add into it. And the second question is, we recommend that for better enforcement, to allow the sheriff deputies to have to be able to have clearer evidence of somebody who's dwelling in their vehicle, that we add in some factors that they can look at to show that somebody is violating our code. And it's not just someone who had to stop off on the side of the road because it's too dangerous to drive and they need to rest or sleep in their vehicle because it's for safety purposes. So in collaboration with Deputy Warden, we all think that we should add some detail to our vehicle dwelling ordinance that would give them a better idea of what to look for in potentially, determining when a violation has occurred. And then lastly, we're asking for feedback on our encampment clearing policy because it is, encampment clearing is brought up in the governor's model ordinance, and it tracks very similar to our encampment clearing policy. The two areas of difference is notice of a clearing. The city is 72 hours. We give 72 hours of notice, and we also store items of value of up to $100 in value. So the model ordinance has 48 hours notice, and it suggests storage of items that have $50 of value. And in discussion with George Thompson, our open space division manager, he recommended that we align our policy with the model ordinance. And so I already asked that. And that's it. That's part two. It's really about the encampment ordinance, the vehicle dwelling ordinance, and the encampment policy. So I would suggest that You can ask questions of staff right now and then take public comment and deliberate and give us direction on the 3 areas.
Am I correct with the fact that the counties gives 48 hours? Is that the county's? Yes?
That's correct, and the city of Santa Barbara does 24 hours.
So, okay, 48 and 24. Okay, just asking that. Mayor Pro Tem Casper.
Yeah, I was just thinking, so when, at least it used to be, if you parked your car in a timed spot, they would put like chalk markers to show where your car is to know whether, if you move it or something like that. So for the, for this, what is it, 200 feet over 3 days, are they going to be marking the pavement with chalk to see whether somebody's moved 200 feet to another location over 3 days? I mean, how on earth are they figuring how they would evaluate? That officer warden would have to mark where people are geographically to see whether it's a 200-foot distance they traveled. I mean, this must have come up before, right? It sounds crazy to me that you have to try and keep track of the physical location of each homeless person to know so every day to know whether they've moved 200 feet, right? I mean, how on earth do any cities actually do that?
It does come with some enforcement troubles. Yes, that is a difficult thing to measure. Did somebody move 195 feet versus 200 feet? But I think the idea behind that, the model ordinance is a suggestion for local jurisdictions to kind of take it and adapt it to how it will work in your jurisdiction. So I imagine in LA, in LA, San Francisco, where you do have these tent cities, encampments on city streets, it would be kind of obvious if they haven't moved beyond like a certain civic center or something. So in practice, if we're talking about linear sidewalks, it could potentially be difficult to enforce.
I get it. It's really when there's something constructed or something like that, tents that are put up there so you can actually track it as opposed to something like a sleeping bag or something like that. Okay, I guess I would I still wouldn't be, to go down your list, I thought it's very inflexible having this specified space and time, and it's obviously inconsistent with our strategy of working with people in some ways. And I can understand, and like you said, in LA and places where they've got existing favelas, in essence, that they're tent cities, but that doesn't reflect our problem here. And I guess I'll let other people talk and I'll respond. Anyway, thank you.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we bring the presentation back up? I want to look at the one about the 200 feet and the number of days and all that. Keep going. Here we go. Yeah, let's start here. So we're talking about at what point would we contemplate towing somebody's vehicle because we believe they're living in their vehicle. I just want to make sure, first principles, I'm understanding this. Mm-hmm. Okay. So how does this compare to our current policy towards vehicles that are just being stored on the street before they would be subject to towing? Because I would hate to create a standard where we're more punitive with getting rid of a vehicle because someone's using it to survive than if someone's just parking it there to park it.
So the violation that would be subject to towing under our chapter 10.04 is if you're parked on the street and for the purpose of living in it. So that would be the violation, not just the existence of the car on the street for 72 hours. But I do recognize the intersection there. So somebody could still violate our 72-hour no parking rule, and that has its own enforcement steps where Officer Crabtree goes and kind of marks he checks on the vehicle like 5 days in a row or something like that, and he kind of marks it up. And then it would be subject to towing because nobody has moved it. And then for 10.04, this no living in your vehicle prohibition, it would be the officer's observation that somebody is living there for more than 72 hours.
We may also want to have Deputy Warden speak to this. There are protocols that the sheriffs have in terms of how they actually address towing because of the sensitivity and costs involved in it. Yeah. So I don't know, Connor, if you can speak to it.
Councilmember Kiriakou and Council. So we would avoid towing somebody's home at any cost. I think people get the community care doctrine has to do with the Fourth Amendment and exceptions to the Fourth Amendment that law enforcement is allowed to make essentially for things that take care of the entire community, like welfare checks or towing a vehicle is creating a traffic hazard. And so someone living in their vehicle that's legally parked but been there for 72 hours, it's not really kind of congruous with the community caretaking doctrine, right? It's not creating a traffic hazard or a hazard to the rest of the community. And so we would try to avoid towing someone's vehicle at any cost if they were living in it. It's just the fact that if a vehicle is abandoned, we don't have to get a judge's order to seize that vehicle under the Fourth Amendment because of the community caretaking doctrine. But it wouldn't apply the same way to someone's home.
All right, I think that's it for right now. May I ask you to come back to me?
And I just want to stress that you have the option to direct us to remove that. As I said, it's a carryover from the county ordinances. So, it may not be an enforcement mechanism that you want to embark upon at this moment.
I have real concerns about it because it's quite expensive to get your car back. And it just compounds the problem. It just makes it worse that now they have to figure out how to get their car back. So now they're living on the street instead of, I don't know, I don't like the idea of towing. That's my personal. Councilmember Smith?
I agree. I'd be actually favor of just removing the towing portion from the ordinance.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think all the points you just raised as far as if this is somebody that's their home, it only makes it worse for everyone. If the person now is sleeping on the street, it's hard to say. We just went through a new process with the administrative process. This seems count the wrong way. And I think to your other ones, the indica, you called it, the indicators?
Indicia.
Indicia. I thought that sounds fine. Indicia. That sounds like you have that with paprika.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. And one other question. We have, in the new contract, one of the things we'll be looking at is expanding our opportunities to provide storage for people's personal effects, right? Isn't that one of the things?
Councilman Kesna, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
That Phoebe Mansour had offered to her that she might have the space, or there might be some potential opportunity for people to store, not their documents and other personal effects. Doesn't ring a bell?
Well, I remember her discussing it in a meeting, in a community meeting. There's never been any proposals for that specifically.
I thought that where it was left, and maybe we just need to follow up then, was that it would be something considered in the context of some new contract or some new thing we were doing, and that whoever received the contract would then hypothetically subcontract with her to provide this service. But anyway, we can follow up. I thought
I'm going to jump in here real quick because I can remember in the past what she's done was provide post office boxes.
Yeah.
And especially when people were trying to get, they're eligible for getting Social Security and different SSI, and our law enforcement at that time would help them, take them over to the DMV and help them get all their documents, but then they have to have an address. So she would let them have a post office box, and she would hold the key until they got all their documents, and it went there, and the documents went there, but then once everything was settled, she'd give them the key. I remember that, but I don't remember any about storage. I may have missed that conversation.
I should be clear, I was only referring to document type storage.
Oh, maybe the post office.
Not like, boxes and, big storage.
Speaking specifically to our work plan, so the strategic plan actually calls for a storage strategy because that is an issue that sometimes keeps people out of, or keeps them from taking advantage of other kinds of shelter. And we deprioritize that as an issue because of all the other high-level needs, but we certainly could, as we move forward with a revision to the strategic plan, we can revisit this issue in terms of storage.
So my question would be, was that just an idea kind of brought up during a meeting, or was that because
It was an offer.
Oh, no, I understand, but like, if we're going to do an RFP and try to get a contract out, we would want to put that in the scope of services, not just because of a conversation that was had. So just so we're clear, so when we go and do these types of
My understanding
agreements.
was with that when, and we don't have to belabor the point right now, but my understanding was that when she proposed that in the past, that she had some availability to provide document storage or other kinds of storage, that I thought you, Mr. Flax, had suggested that the context to take that up in was when the next contract was coming out. But we can contact her, for instance, and find out how much we're talking about, or, I think it's something helpful. And we've heard before it's something helpful. Let's figure out then, is it something expensive and helpful or something inexpensive and helpful?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just, if she's offering for free, that's awesome. Let's do it. But if it's incremental, that's also a good idea. I'm just saying we have to give people a fair shot to compete for that service, so that it's not just the person that talked about it in one meeting gets an automatic subcontracting role or something like that. But I think we hear what you're saying, that would be an added amenity.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Oh, just a quick comment. I think it's great that there are people that have offered to be charitable. And I think it's good to have a policy where we encourage people to be charitable. I guess where I would start to get concerned is if it becomes the policy of the city that this is an amenity that's available to unhoused folks in the city. At what point do we start to have responsibility for how that relationship is conducted between the unhoused person and the person that's providing the service? If there's a dispute between them, do we have some obligation because we started encouraging them to use that service? And I'm not a lawyer and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but I am surrounded by at least two of them. So maybe some of them could weigh in.
Ms. Kai, do you want to weigh in, or who would like to take this one?
I think the point by Councilmember Carriaco is a good one, that certainly if the city is offering, to use the councilmember's words, as an amenity, then the city's taking a more proactive role in the relationship between the person providing that service or potentially providing the donation. And it sounds like staff has taken sort of diligent notes about the potential to follow up with that individual to see whether or not that's something that can be provided and the scope of how it is provided and what that means for the city and its role.
Okay. Okay, is there still a question regarding the 72 versus the 48? Did we weigh in on that yet? I don't think everybody
I think
did.
we have a few more things to weigh in on.
I think the enforcement policy direction we're asking for is, the 48-hour notice and the
$50.
the storage of items reduction from $100 to $50.
Okay. Anybody want to comment on that?
I would support keeping our 72-hour, but then moving to the $50 level.
I can support that.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
I'm going to be the contrarian. I would support the 48 hours to be more in line with the county, which is what I heard, and the $50.
I would support the 48 and $50.
And, ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I guess the main question I would have is just how much does it, we contract with regional entities and so forth. Does it make a difference from a regional perspective in when we contract with different entities, if we are consistent with the county and the city and so forth, as opposed to having our own standards? Does it make it more complicated, or is there an advantage in us being consistent with the other entities?
I would offer up that because the sheriff's office operates in the county and the city as a contract as a contract law enforcement provider, that would be easier than the city of Santa Barbara, which operates its own municipal police department force, and the intersection between the city and the county is much more regular in terms of contiguous borders than it is with the city of Santa Barbara. So as people move back and forth, it might make more sense to have that consistency, but.
And what the county was the 48 and
That's correct.
50?
Yeah, they recently moved from 72 hours to 48 hours. I think it was a couple of months ago.
And that's consistent with the state as well, then? All right.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'll support that then for just consistency. Unless, I don't know if you guys, New Beginnings, if anyone has any, I guess, do we have people, public comment? If anyone says there's a problem or something, I'd be interested. Have we already gotten?
No, we haven't done public comment yet. I would advise we take public comment and then come back for deliberations. I've boiled down the issues to 5 issues, so I can repeat that. It's really removing the concept of enforcement only when there's adequate shelter and adding in language instead that says make reasonable efforts to offer services before enforcement. The second item is to, with respect to the model ordinance about moving 200 feet every 3 days. The third item is the towing. Should we add more indicia? Fourth item is, should we remove the concept of towing from, people violating the vehicle dwelling ordinance? And the last one is the enforcement policy, 48-hour notice, $50 value. So those are the 5 issue areas, and
we haven't taken public comment on this particular. Oh.
Can I weigh in just on
Yes.
one last thing?
Yeah.
So, in terms of how we're doing this, okay, so we're saying potentially going to 48 hours before you would get some kind of a ticket on your vehicle. No, I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding. And
this
I'm
is for
saying
encampment clearing.
For encampment clearing.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. For encampment clearing. Sorry, we moved off a
This
vehicle.
is giving notice, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is about noticing for the encampment. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, now public comment.
Madam Mayor, I have no speaker slips. For those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon if you would like to speak to this item. And I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay. So we take them one step at a time, or?
Yes, if I can just get direction on each item. So I can start with number 1, which is removing the concept of enforcement only when adequate shelter is available, and replacing it with language that says we will make reasonable efforts to offer services before enforcement.
Yes. Do we have to vote on each one? Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Coming back with an ordinance.
Okay, okay. Yes.
I still have some, despite what I voted on in part one, I actually still have some discomfort with this change. But I understand him in the minority.
Well, I'll just add then to the point of not needing a vote now. Again, we'll have a first reading, we'll have a second reading, we'll have a red line version, and that certainly provides everyone, including
opportunity,
Councilmember
yeah.
Smith, to look at it in totality and then have a little more further deliberation of whether that paragraph
Okay.
belongs or not.
Okay.
So you get a second bite of the apple.
Third, yeah.
The second item is to not incorporate the model ordinance policy of moving it 200 feet every 3 days. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I see
Yes.
yes, I agree with that. Okay. Third item is adding some more indicia of what dwelling in one vehicle means into chapter 10.04.
Yes.
Use of,
Yeah, that'll help the sheriff's office.
yes.
Okay. All right, fourth item is removing the concept of towing somebody's vehicle because they're living in it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The fifth
towing.
item is changing our enforcement policy from 72-hour notice of an encampment clearing to 48-hour notice.
Yes. You're, okay, we have a no?
No,
Is it? Okay.
Okay, so it's.
3-2, okay.
3-2.
3-2.
But let me just, if I could just ask, Mr. Flax, as far, is that also, I assume that's also the same standard that's used by UPRR, Caltrans? When they, what do they do when they're when they're doing encampment and clearances?
So I believe Caltrans has a 48-hour policy. UPRR is
Got whatever they want?
do whatever they want to do. Yeah.
Okay. And as far as you know, I mean, from your experience, does it matter? You know, is 48 enough? You know, fundamentally, it comes down to, do people have enough notice with 48 hours? Do they have sort of adequate time to move their stuff? We don't have a lot of encampments with a whole lot of, and at this point now, as much as maybe some other places, but does it make sense, or is it problematic?
I don't think that there's a right answer to your question.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
Very diplomatic. Okay.
I mean, my understanding is Santa Barbara, even there are certain circumstances where the city of Santa Barbara has a 4-hour notice. So I mean, I think that the jurisdictions across the state
There's no
are
magic.
taking a whole range of approaches to this. I think the recommendation here, as staff has explained, comes from a combination of the model ordinance and what the county's currently doing.
Okay, I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, I just wanted.
Councilmember Kiriakou?
Thanks. I just wanted to kind of explain why I voted no on 48 and was more for the 72. I think it's important to realize this isn't just a question about streamlining and efficiency and making things easier for one group of folks to enforce a process with other folks. This is also, you know, we talked about people getting dysregulated earlier and the disruption that is associated with having to pick up and move. Whether you're picking up and moving your vehicle and moving along with it, or picking up a camp and moving on, having to do it every 40 hours is incredibly dysregulating. And I'm concerned that that's going to lead to more acting out, and we're going to start having more different types of relationships with law enforcement for these folks, and it's going to lead to more arrests and more challenges. That's why I'm more comfortable keeping 72. I'm not sitting here saying I know for a fact that that's going to make a difference and it's going to be this or that. It's my opinion. I would prefer a more compassionate approach that would make it a little bit easier for someone to actually have to endure the process of break camp and find something else to do. So that's my reason, and it's okay. It was 3-2, and I get it. I respect it. I just wanted to explain why I did thumbs down.
Thank you.
And I don't think anyone's wrong here, just to be clear.
Okay. Mayor Protem?
No.
Okay, all right, so.
Just one
One more.
last, the second component of that fifth item was, do you agree to go from $100 value to $50 value? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, that concludes my presentation.
Good job. That was good. You made it very efficient, and it worked. Thank you. Do we need a break?
I'm going home to be with my wife on her birthday.
Oh, okay.
Enjoy the rest of
Did
your
we do
evening.
public comment? We did. Okay, okay, all right. And there was no one. Okay. Happy birthday, Angie.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Do we have to make note for the record? I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we'll note in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's bring this meeting back to order.
That's going to take us to item D2, adoption of the city public art policy and first reading of an ordinance amending section 2.08 and section 17.50.070 of the City of Goleta Municipal Code, both entitled Design Review Board.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Blake Markham, Management Analyst. We'll get right into it. This is the second time we've looked at our public art policy, and this evening we have some revisions to the policy based on Council's feedback from last time. So as a bit of background, we did bring a draft to the Council for consideration on the August 19th meeting. The points that we're asking you all to consider was the sources of funding for the policy, fee waivers for the review process, and which advisory body should be selected to review public art. Now, during the discussion, several items came up from the council, and we've been diligently working on those since then. So that included looking at the program administration to be run by Santa Barbara Office of Arts and Culture. The advisory bodies, there are several potential options that were discussed and various merits floated there. And then we were also asked to investigate sources of funding, the ownership of the utility boxes throughout the city, and provide some cost estimates for typical projects such as murals, sculptures, and utility boxes. So to get right into it, we did reach out to the Office of Arts and Culture. They currently administer the City of Santa Barbara's program and offer a wide range of services, including activating public spaces through art, delivering arts policy planning and support services, grant making, and other items. In discussions with them, they were certainly open to the idea of exploring the possibility of working with the City of Goleta, but did request, that we give them a very clear scope of work. And they also provided us with the agreement that they have with the City of Santa Barbara, and the administrative costs there were around $220,000 a year. Because of this, staff felt that it was best for now to keep the public art program in-house, administering it through city staff. Next, we wanted to take a look at the various advisory bodies that were up for discussion. So as a reminder, the bodies that were discussed were the Design Review Board, DRB, the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Public Engagement Commission, or PEC, Historic Preservation Commission, HPC, and a new Public Art Ad Hoc Committee. So we took a look at each of those and kind of tried to examine them in terms of pros and cons for each, mainly looking at items such as the subject matter overlap with that existing body, if there is one, the composition of the board, so are they city residents or not, and the established support system with the city department and process for bringing projects to the board or commission. So there were a few key takeaways from this exercise, and those are that there are arguments for why each of these bodies should advise on public art projects, but there's not really a perfect fit with any of our existing bodies. And the other takeaway that we felt was that the DRB does still have the most subject matter overlap with public art review, due to their aesthetic review and reading and interpreting drawings and renderings, but that's not, art per se, and that they already have an established support system with the planning department. Now, as I mentioned, no one body perfectly matches up to what we want for public art review. So because of this, we wanted to address some of the shortcomings or concerns that we saw with the DRB as it currently stands. So some of the things that got brought up in last meeting was that the professional members and the formality of the process of design review may lead to less whimsy, less freedom in terms of the artistic expression. Number two, not all of the members of the DRB are city residents, and we wanted to make sure that we were capturing Goleta's voice and making sure that it was heard in this process. And then, and this was a problem that was shared across all of our current bodies, none of the members on the DRB are experts in art, right, or artistic expression. So, because of this, what we thought may be a way to assuage some of those concerns is to modify the DRB, only in the context of public art review. And this would not be for all the rest of their review processes. That would still remain the same. But the suggestion is that when the DRB reviews public art projects, then we would have 2 auxiliary art advisory members who would come in, and they would be on to advise only in those projects. So they wouldn't be on during regular design review or conceptual project review or anything like that. When we have an art project come to the city for review, then we would just have these 2 members step in. The other modification is that if you're adding in 2 auxiliary members, then you're ending up with a very large board of 9 people. So we didn't want to make it be an overbearing process where you're having to present to a whole group of folks like that. And so the idea is that instead of having all 7 members of the DRB review the projects, only a subset of them would. So 3 members from the regular DRB, 2 of these are auxiliary members coming in to advise on public art projects. And that way, it's a little bit less of a daunting prospect for applicants, and they're able to present the project.
Can I ask a real quick question here before we move on? As far as the, there are members of the DRB that aren't within the city. We wouldn't change that. Are you suggesting to change that? Okay, all right.
No.
Just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, we're not suggesting any changes to the regular members of the DRB.
Okay.
So the professional members and the city resident members would stay the same. Now, these proposed changes would necessitate adopting an ordinance to amend Title II. And if the council decides to select the DRB as the advisory body on public art projects, then we would also need some changes to Title 17. We did include an ordinance in tonight's materials, but we wanted to further examine some of the quorum requirements in the Title II changes. And then for the Title 17 updates that are in there, we are going to need to go to the Planning Commission for their recommendation on those changes. So because of that, we want to make sure that, first of all, you wish to establish the DRB as the advisory body before we move forward with all of those updates and taking those items forward. And as such, we would recommend removing the ordinance from the actions for tonight. And that would come back if we decide to move forward at a later time.
You know, I just have to say right at the beginning of this conversation that I'm having trouble with even the, I really dislike going against a staff recommendation. It's not usually something I would do. But in this case, I'm very concerned about the DRB being in this position. They are busy. And I think they're going to get busier. And what if, I'm just saying, what if there's quite a few people that come in and now they've got this added work? I'm concerned. So I'm personally not in favor of doing the design review board unless my colleagues feel that they're fine with it. I have a problem with that based on the sheer volume of workload. Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan?
Are you done? Or Are you still going?
We're close to wrapped up. We just had one more slide with the recommended actions, but we could move on
I just wanted to be clear from the beginning, because throughout the whole report, that's where it's going, the design review board. And it makes reference to that through the whole item.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons we went down this road and checked with planning was to see if this made sense. I mean, before we would recommend something, we'd want to know that, right? As if there was a sense that that would be too much of a task. Right now, we are not convinced that we're going to have a slew of public art being brought every DRB meeting, so we may be wrong. But right now, as it stands, we don't think that that's going to create, if we thought that was going to be a regular occurrence, we'd probably think of doing a different process. Part of it is the infrastructure that already exists for DRB lends itself to help processing that, but I can understand your concern. But we tried to check that out before we even brought it to council.
And just to add on to that, in terms of the workload, regardless of which body the council decides to choose tonight, it was envisioned as kind of a only two-step process. So whichever advisory body would see it once, they would provide their recommendations, and then it would move on to the city council for final approval. So we're trying to lessen the burden on an administrative side for us, but also for the project applicants, so that it wasn't, quashing the artistic process.
Are you done now?
Yeah.
Oh, you have another slide.
Yeah.
And then use that.
So-
Do you want to comment now?
No, I can wait, and then
Okay.
So our recommendations are all of those except E.
except what?
Except for E, yes. So we have now concluded the presentation. I turn it over to the council.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes-Martin? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem?
Ladies first.
Someone go.
I'll start. I appreciate staff really trying to figure out how this could work. Because I agree. I don't expect that we will have very many of these types of applications that come through. We don't have a ton of space where you could even do a lot of public art in public spaces, so I don't think it's going to be a lot. So I think I do think that having the planning staff expertise is essential, because any kind of outdoor public art is going to need some kind of permitting, and so I do think that the staff expertise there lends itself. They're going to have to be involved anyway. So that kind of narrows down like where this could fit. I'm not in favor of creating another committee. I think that causes an unnecessary administrative burden. So while imperfect, I do think that DRB is the best option here. One question I do have, though, is, and I like the idea of having auxiliary members, so it's not the full DRB. I think that was a really creative solution there. But one question I did have was, as it's proposed, I think on the slide just before this one, it would be 3 DRB members and 2 auxiliary art members. Could we do the opposite and have 3 auxiliary art members and 2 DRB? And I ask that just so that the majority of that group is focused or has some expertise in art. And then we do have 2 DRB members, which I think is kind of valuable to have people that are just more of your typical resident having an opinion. So that was a question I had. Can it be flipped? Is there a reason it has to be 3?
There is no overriding reason. We just were proposing the 2.
That would just be my only suggestion. I think I would think it would be better if it was 3.
So I just wanted to confirm with our city attorney that we wouldn't need to have like a majority be part of the original DRB, but that this. Seems like it'd be okay, but just wanted to make sure.
Yes, I think the city has pretty wide discretion, and particularly with the removal this evening of recommendation E with the ordinance, I think staff would work with our office on how to frame it, but I don't have immediate concerns with that potential distinguishing of members.
And then maybe one last question. For the DRB members that are part of this group, is that going to be like, how is that handled? Is it if there's interest, or is it like, is that the intent that you'd kind of query the DRB members, like who has an interest in?
I think there's a couple ways to look at it. We thought about maybe it would only be those that are actually city residents would be one way to do it. So that would be a subsection of those existing ones. It may be a deference to the chair to have that person pick. I think in the staff report we put up to planning to pick. So if we wanted to be that specific, we could certainly include that additional understanding in a future staff report. We just wanted to even hear if whether or not DRB was even going to fly, right? So I guess first hurdle is that. Yeah. Second hurdle is if the composition of 2 versus 3 is better, one way or the other. And then I think if there's a general preference from the council, I mean, we'd be happy to do it, either way.
I think my preference would just be that it's someone who's interested in it. It's not like
forced upon them.
Yeah. That's it for me.
Could you tell me the breakdown of the design review board? I know there's residents, community members, but also landscape architect, and then there's a makeup that that's in there too. So we'd have to eliminate those that aren't living in the city, right? And is that 2 or 3? So I can't remember the makeup of the whole.
Sorry, there's 3 at-large residents of the city of Goleta. A minimum of 4 members must be professionals with expertise in fields related to the built environment. So that's the general ones. I mean, I can pull up the specifics from the.
I actually have it here as well. At least 2 members shall be licensed architects.
Yep.
At least 1 member shall be a licensed landscape professional, landscape architect. At least 1 member shall be a design professional who demonstrates an interest in Goleta and possesses significant professional experience and/or professional licensure in design-related fields, including but not limited to architecture, landscape design, building design, urban or industrial design. And at least 1 professional member shall be
Look who's here. Ms. Pazzi, do you have anything to say to this? I mean, you're here.
No, I was just
Oh, okay. So
Like Beetlejuice.
I'm thinking it limits who would be on this new committee, this new, who would be joining the DRB. I mean, excuse, I'm not saying it right. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I mean, how many do you have to choose from? So you're saying 2 from the, would stay that from the DRB, and then 3, so a total of 5 for citizens that are interested in art.
So actually, I think Councilmember Reyes-Martin's preference for 2 members of the DRB would actually make it easier to fulfill, given like.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The requirements.
But out of those 2, you wouldn't really ask a landscape. I mean, would you? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm just having trouble deciding who would be the 2.
I have a question on that point too, because in thinking about the DRB, I guess in terms of thinking about which members of the DRB might participate, the four who are professionals or expertise, I guess I'm wondering if staff envisioned that those are some of the people that would weigh in with their professional expertise in this process.
I think that the idea is to emphasize the voice of city residents, hence why the art advisory members were written into the ordinance, the draft ordinance, as residents. And then in terms of the other members of the DRB, we're thus far haven't weighed in on that because we kind of need to take a look at what the quorum requirements would be. But a majority of the DRB members do have to be city residents, including one of those professional members, and then the other 3 at-large members. And so, we can run with emphasizing the voice of city residents rather than trying to rely solely on, some type of perceived expertise in architecture or something like that. And that's also the reason why we wanted arts people for these auxiliary members, because they're specifically about art. We're not trying to draw, hey, architecture and art or landscaping and art, they're the same thing, We want to make sure that we have actual folks who have arts expertise weighing in.
Great. Mayor Protem?
Yeah. So a couple of things. That first, just to, and I think who staffs it, whether it's planning or whether it's the city manager's office, it's a completely independent question, and that's up to you guys how you want to administer it. So there isn't that workload thing that the report mentioned. So but the second thing, the second thing is, as far as the question of permitting, I think that by and large, if it's on public spaces, we don't have to do permitting for our own, for our own spaces. You're saying we do have to do permitting of our own spaces? If we want to put something on the community center, puts a statue on the community center, we have to get a permit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to hear when it's relevant.
Depends
and
on
when it's not.
size and position.
Good evening. Yeah, it depends. Like at the community center, the General Services Department has come and gotten building permits for all kinds of upgrades and things like that, and they're going to be doing upgrades to this building for heating and ventilation, and they're getting building permits for that. Like a sign may or may not need permits. It just depends on the size and the location.
Let's say it was, we were talking about, because the one that stands out to me that I've seen before that seems like it has potential is there's something, Cows on Parade. I don't know if you're familiar, but it's something where a number of cities have positioned, in this case, they've had cows, and then another city did boteros, the little fat men with bowlers, statues. Yeah, I should, let me clarify. So and artists would then produce these works, and they position them along a city street. Is that something that would require permitting?
It probably require at least an encroachment permit. And then depending, there might also be maybe some building permits because they would want it to be anchored to the ground so that it wouldn't, hurt, fall over or someone walks away with it, something like that. So it's possible. It just depends on the situation.
Okay. Okay, well, let me cross that question out. So I guess so there could be a role, for instance, in planning. But I think there's also a role, and I want to emphasize this, for a coordination with economic development. And I do think that the bulk of this, like to use that same Cows on Parade sort of thing, the cities that have done this, I don't think they've paid I'm pretty confident they have not paid the artists. So what they'll have is like a couple of blocks where they give them a model of here's what they're, doing a cow, and they put it out on the street, and then the cows are donated to charity. But for the artists, what it does is it gives them the possibility or the potential for a venue where they could get recognition. They can get a public space where people can see, here's this artist, and they compete and so forth. And for artists, that's what you look for, you know, the opportunity to get you know, a space. So I imagine we're not going to get, we haven't gotten private before. We just don't have, as Councilmember Reyes-Martin said, we don't have a lot of spaces that's really suitable. But I could see us, you know, producing some sort of competition. And so I guess I really want to emphasize that role, perhaps of coordination, therefore, but with the economic, and maybe it goes to Economic Development Committee to talk about the elements of some sort of competition or some sort of, you know, theme that something would have. So all of that is to say, that to me is the most important. As far as then which committee does it, I'm flexible. The one thing I'd say about the DRB proposal is that I wouldn't recommend that we initiate people being selected as, especially if it were 3 auxiliary arts members, and appoint them, because the odds are they're going to have no work. You know, I would think it's more like when the occasion arrives that we go through the process of selecting people for it. But otherwise, I'm comfortable. I do agree with you, you know, that narrowing our scope to only DRB in that circumstance can be limiting. But if it were 3 people as opposed to 2, as Councilmember Reyes-Martin indicated, then it's probably, you could probably find 2 people who would be both interested and you know, perhaps
eligible
residents, etc. So those are my thoughts. Thank you. And oh, and the arts and culture, 200,000. Forget about it.
Well, I think that's, you know, what they're doing for Santa Barbara, and that it'd be, and yet they aren't willing to give us a quote on what they would do bare minimum for us, because they don't know what we're asking for. And I know my concern is, like, we don't know what we're really asking for. You know, I was thinking I was going more with an ad hoc committee, so it would be a committee made up of community members and maybe, you know, I was just thinking more ad hoc, but, you know, I'm just worried about the workload for planning, and it'll be in planning. Yeah, so.
Madam Mayor, just to be clear, and I think Councilmember Kasdan made the point, we envision actually the art policy being managed out of the city manager's office.
Oh.
But the points that have also been taken, that if the DRB is chosen and if there's permitting needs, there is going to be an interface and some workload on the planning staff. But in terms of that, if that was the question or the point being made, like who's actually, once the art policy is placed, who's responsible for it, we're actually envisioning it's being managed out of the city manager's office.
I just wanted to weigh in that I support. I generally support the staff recommendation, but I'm open to Councilmember Reyes-Martin's suggested changes. You know, I struggled a little bit with this question too in our previous deliberation, but I think with this sort of creative compromise, I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Okay.
So are we commenting on the rest of the policy as well this evening, or?
Mayor, we do have, I think to answer that question, we do have the policy before the council, although it does contemplate design review approval process. So I think the council, once they move into deliberation, could talk about if there's an appetite for sort of some of the creative approaches discussed. And I would suggest doing public comment and then talking through them.
Thank you. I think we can move to public comment right now.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no speaker slips, For those of you on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon if you wish to speak to this item. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay. 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 So is there any other comments as far as what we're voting on? I'm willing to give it a try. I have concerns, but I don't know. I don't see the other particular advisory bodies being appropriate, you know, so that's my concern.
With three
And it makes
new-
a difference that it's going to be in the city managers. I am worried for planning. I'm thinking they're going to get really busy, but I don't know why I think that, but we don't know.
And with 3 people, if it's
Yeah,
3
so
people,
it's only 2.
It's not your earlier concern, which was
Yeah.
valid, is not as pressing.
Okay. So are there any other comments on anything in the policy? It will come back to us with more clear guidelines as far as we're going to be doing this, you know, getting this organized next year, and when will it be finalized?
Well, so we are recommending that E be not included tonight.
Right.
So that would be a follow-up item where sections of Section 2 and 17 will have to come back later. And 17 has to go to the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
So there's a step there.
Yeah.
And then they would both come back in the form of an ordinance for a regular first reading and a second reading. But there would not be any additional follow-up direction that we would need from council. We would adopt the direction. The recommendation is to adopt the policy. The ordinance would then follow up, but the policy would be in place, and we would start implementing it.
And then additionally, because there's planning informed us that they do have some cleanup items for Title 17 coming up, we're actually trying to piggyback on those as well, so we don't.
And I
waste too
believe
much
if
time.
you were to move, if you go with the suggestion of the DRB but change it from 2.3 to 3.2, I believe the city attorney is actually making some changes right now, if that's the way it goes, because the policy did kind of embed that idea in there.
Yeah.
So if the council moves ahead with adopting the policy, it would be the amended policy based, if you
I
go with
like.
the 2.3.
I personally like the 3-2. I think that is
Yeah,
a good.
I agree.
A good compromise.
Yes, to piggyback off sort of what we heard from our city manager team, I think if the council as a body is interested in sort of the approach that was floated this evening of sort of 2 DRB members, 3 auxiliary members, it is a bit of a hybrid approach because it reflects sort of less than a quorum of the DRB. But I think, you know, we would work with the city team on how to structure that for purposes of the ordinance. And if that's ultimately the decision the council is going, I would recommend sort of adopting the public art policy with direction for the city team to revise that policy to reflect that switch of having 3 auxiliary members and 2 DRB members, just so it's clear in the policy, which could be adopted tonight if that's council's desire. And then, as City Manager Nisbet said, the city team would work on an ordinance that reflects sort of that unique composition of the auxiliary board.
Okay.
Well, so for the purposes of reading this, is it enough to just, you know, pull out the number 2 and insert 3 in C or D? Or it has to be more complicated than that?
Well, it's 3 and then it has to change it 3 to 2.
Yes, I think.
Oh, yes, yes.
I think that's doable. I think that the motion could include the revisions to D to reflect council's intent. And for number B, adopting the resolution.
As amended.
It would be as amended with staff having direction to make that revision reflected in the policy itself without having to come back again to council.
Okay.
Okay. No speakers, right? We have nobody on Zoom. Okay. So are we prepared
Do
to
you want to
make
make
a
it?
motion?
I'll make it if you don't. Okay. That we receive, yeah, is that, did you want it?
No, please go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready. That we receive a report on updates to the draft public art policy. and adopt resolution number 25, next in line, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adopting a city public art policy as amended," and designate the Design Review Board as the advisory body for the review of public art projects, and approve the addition of 3 auxiliary art advisory members to the Design Review Board who will review public art projects with the 2 regular Design Review Board members as described in the staff report and detailed in the recommended ordinance amendments, and and approve the accompanying documents as to form, as amended.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, that's very helpful. I think that's correct, and I just wanted to note then for the record, on C, designating the DRB as the advisory body, I would actually recommend we say as amended as well, pursuant to council direction, just because we're taking sort of a hybrid approach, if that's okay with you as motion maker.
Okay. As amended.
No, I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Council members, do lock your votes in. Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou is not here. Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. So it's 4 with 1 absent. The vote goes through. Thank you for all your work on that.
Yeah, we've talked about this for
A long time.
a long time, 10 years or more.
And I certainly wouldn't want to hold it up, but thank you. Okay.
It's
all right.
exciting.
It is. It is. Okay, where are we at? We have any council comments or reports to make? Anything to say?
I just wanted to note that since our last meeting, I was able to attend the annual meeting of Central Coast Community Energy in San Luis Obispo. It was a very informative day and a half, and we will have a presentation from their staff at our meeting in November with an annual update from them. So I look forward to that.
You are our representative. You represent, yeah. Okay, when we take turns with Carpinteria, correct? Okay. Great. Anything else?
Was that the Energy and Green Issues Standing Committee meeting update, basically? Okay.
Sorry, I didn't see that on the agenda. Separate from that, the Green Issues Committee did meet, and we gave some feedback on some items that I think are going to come to council soon. But I don't have my list, sorry.
Don't spoil it.
But there's a very thorough staff report.
Wonderful.
Good one.
And I'll be heading, well, I guess Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan and I will be heading to the Cal Cities Conference, and along with Councilmember Kiriakou.
We'll have a great time, safe time. You're going to love it. I wish I could go this year, but next year. Okay, all right. Any reports, Mr. Rosen, city manager, or city attorney?
I had just one note I wanted to make for the council, that the governor did sign SB 707. If any council members have been tracking that, that includes a series of changes to the Brown Act. So that happened recently. It does impact Santa Barbara County, so our office will be working with the city team on what that means.
Oh. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, meeting adjourned.